Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are. I don't have my microphone plugged in right now, but hopefully you can hear me at least while I just make this coffee. Damien and I were just talking about the win predictor. I'll be posting it on the screen for you so you can see exactly what that was. I'll also be plugging in my microphone for you very shortly as well. I'm just in the middle of making a coffee. But Damien and I were just talking about the win predictor, which is saying 57% in favor of the Dane, but both of us think that was quite generous for Runa, for Rublev, by the way, don't we?
Yeah, I would be going like 75-70. Personally, I don't see Rublev winning more than a set. I think Runa is just too complete. Yeah, we'll see about that. But it does feel like the game is sort of passing him by. Like the youngsters are coming, the youngsters are dangerous, and Rublev has sort of failed to make that step up in the past. And why would he make it now? Is a bit of a concern, I think. And of course, Runa would probably have a. Runa is just blasting the ball. I mean, he's just hit some ridiculous unforced errors. Maybe they were. One of them was actually forced. I'm not sure. It was very close. But he is just trying to blast the covers of the ball.
Yeah. Who's serving first? I'm in my kitchen, so I'll have to wait another minute.
It's Rublev. Rublev won the first game on serve.
For those of you just joining, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. We've just seen, by the way, Magdalenette. I suggested Shock Garcia. But are you that surprised, Damien?
Definitely not. I mean, Lynette has always had the talent to reach the second week set slams, I think. Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a surprise that she's doing it now, but she was already in very good shape at the United Cup. There was a bit of an opportunity with Kontaveit, Alexandrova, these seeds not being in the best form. And as I was talking about on the previous stream, I just don't consider Garcia a solid favorite because of her high risk approach to the game. She can always sort of hit herself off the court, and that's kind of what she did with the forehand. Although, of course, the pole did well to increase her chances as well. It wasn't just Garcia firing 23, I think, unforced forehand errors.
Indeed. I'm going to move my table so I have a better angle for the TV. I think my microphone is plugged in now, so hopefully I can sound a little bit clearer. And yeah, I'm just going to move my...
Yeah, I'm just wrapping up a tweet on Magdalenette.
Okay, wrap that up. I may even get to share it on the screen. Okay. Whew. Here we are, I'm talking tennis, doing a furniture removal. Runa, by the way, is 15 love up. And go and serve. It was a fairly comfortable hold. That's a nice winner from Rublev. Listen, if it comes to Djokovic, Runa, I would make Djokovic the favourite at 60-40 in my win predictor. If it's Rublev, it's 90-10. That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot really say that before seeing this match, I think, and the Djokovic Demeanor one. Like, for now, we can sort of assume. For now, if you want my answer right now, I'm saying Runa is the favorite over Djokovic.
Okay.
But that's that's
Is that
very
hamstring related?
Yeah, of course. But not only. I think in general he would have a good shot. Like, if Runa shows me what he's been showing me today, this week so far, or this event so far, then yeah, then I am ready to consider him like at least a 50-50 player against Djokovic. But we'll see. He tries to approach to the Rublev backhand now and gets past. The approach definitely wasn't good enough. Rune has come out like really blasting the ball. I wonder if he's maybe not overdoing it a little bit as well, but we shall see.
The thing for me with Djokovic, though, is I haven't seen that much of a bigger drop-off in his performances. I think we saw a bit in the second round against the Frenchman, who, of course, I can't pronounce, Kouakou or whatever his name is. I think we saw a bit in that second set that went to a tie break. You can even see just in the mere scoreline the fact that that's a bit of an outlier. Hi, Ghosty. Nice to see you here. He said, I like the low camera angle so you can see the shots. Okay. Yeah, interesting point there. I just don't think we've seen him affected that much in points. It's not like he suddenly tried to chase down a drop shot and then pulled up, if you like, or didn't chase down a drop shot because of the injury. I remember, for example, the set point that he won at 7 or 6 games all, and in the tiebreak with Dimitrov. And the moment of discomfort, if you like, and impediment occurs after the point is finished. It's after that point that he gets the volley. Then you just see him sort of go to the floor. He goes for a medical, or he goes to, down the tunnel, if you like, and have a pause at the end of the first set. We're seeing it then. We're not seeing it really impede him that much during points, with the exception of the second round. Maybe it will occur, of course, against Holger Rune, and that will be the litmus test, I think, for his hamstring. If Holger Rune prevails today, he's 40-30 up on his serve right now. Rune is already scolding himself, which, it's juiced, by the way, on the Rune serve now.
Yeah. Okay. I should be happy, ready to be back here watching the match with you now.
Did you get that tweet out? I'll share it.
I've tweeted. Okay. No, you don't need to do that. Anyway,
I don't have to. Okay. All right, I won't.
I also like the low angle camera. I will comment on that. I think it just shows the sort of the 3D aspect. The spin, the speed so much better. I think people who enjoy the televised camera more are they are afraid that they're not gonna see whether the ball is in or out. They are afraid that they're not gonna be able to tell whether that some lines are gonna be invisible to them. I personally care a lot more about seeing the shape of the ball than seeing instantly whether it's in or out. There's gonna be a call anyway, or not. And at tournaments as well, I always try to sit, if there's seating there, I try to sit behind the player, first row. That's definitely my favorite viewing perspective, angle, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, we're at 1 game all. I also need to turn on Shelton Wolf, because that's honestly, we'll see. Rublev Runa has the potential to be exciting. I just think Holger is probably winning that pretty easily. Maybe pretty easily is a bit of a bit of a stretch, but I just don't. I think it should be comfortable. But Shelton Wolf is a lot more exciting to me, honestly. But it could change. It could change, definitely. Rublev just found another insane backhand, by the way, which has been a bit of a surprise in this match so far. Although we just had a couple of points, but he did have a couple of great backhand winners already, and not very easy ones at that as well. That pass earlier on, and now another backhand down the line. And Rublev's first serve is also firing. John has just criticized him for his first serve before, or actually for his serve in general, not only his first, before we I think started the stream. So he's showing. Oh, what were you talking about? He's making a statement.
He is making a statement. He's using my words to motivate him, no doubt. He's got those pinned up in the dressing room before he goes on court to give him added motivation if he ever needed any more than being merely in the 4th round of a Grand Slam. Of course, Andrey Rublev has never made a Grand Slam semi-final. That is a glaring gap, in my opinion, on his CV as a top 10 player in recent years. I think it's 6 quarterfinals, is it, Damien?
I don't know. I can check. Like yeah, it's definitely been a few, but I don't know if he's made 6 really. Like, has he really? That would be quite an impressive achievement, I think. Actually,
it's impressive to get that far, but it's also don't forget he had that run of defeats to Daniel Medvedev just constantly.
I mean, Medvedev's Zverev, these are awful matchups for him. That's for sure. Djokovic as well. Yeah.
I think it is 6, but I could be
Yeah,
slightly
it is.
wrong.
It is. Yeah, it is 6. Yeah.
I've shared your tweet despite your suggestions otherwise. Until 2021, Lynette was 0-9 against top 20 opponents. Since Wimbledon that year, she's taken out Barty number 1, Garcia, Svitolina, Jabeur, Alexandrova, Kontaveit, and of course, today Garcia, which is in that list. For those of you just tuning in and are not aware, Sabalenka beat Bencic in straight sets. She was a breakdown in the first set. Unfortunately, I know that because Damien told me, because at the time I was sleeping. I saw bits of the second set and it looked much more comfortable for her there. Sabalenka proceeds through to the next round. Also, Damien highlighted the fact that one or two players, particularly Bencic, seem to be struggling on serve with the sun. We'll see if that affects Rublev or Runa, who are in action right now. They're currently on serve at 2-1. I believe Vekic prevailed in the end to go through. Yes, she has. So she'll be playing Sabalenka in the next round after beating Fruhvirtova in 3 sets. Fortunately, I won't have to be pronouncing her name really much more for the rest of the tournament because she is now out. And as I say, Sabalenka will play Vekic. Back to Rublev, Runa to serve, 1-2. This is a nice point that Runa ends up winning. Both Damien and I have Runa getting to the quarterfinal. I have him losing to Djokovic in my bracket. And to be honest with you, the tennis that we've seen in this tournament so far, I remain with that prediction. I understand the concerns that people have about Djokovic and his hamstring and one or two other things. And maybe have also been their thoughts have been piqued, if you like, Piqued, I believe it's spelled, by Runa's form as well. Runa's yet to drop a set. Rublev has dropped 1 set en route to this 4th round. But we'll see. We'll see how this match pans out. It's on serve at the moment. It's 15-all. Maybe it won't be quite as comfortable for Runa as both Damien and I believe, but we'll see.
Your thoughts have been piqued, and I think Davis Cup has been piqued in recent years.
Oh, very, very
another
good.
word.
Very good, Damien. Damien there is going down the Vance route of puns, if you like. Some which land, a little bit like Garcia, some which land in and some which go very, very far out. For Garcia today, of course, that happened. Oh, Runa's just gone out there with a big forehands. It's 30-all now. He's actually Spanish or Catalan, as he probably prefers to be described. Former Barcelona central defender and ex-partner, of course, of Shakira. They have now
United as well, right? So.
Oh yeah, Man United
I'm
too.
surprised
Yeah,
didn't
and I'm a
mention
United
that.
fan, but I don't really think of his spell at United as being particularly memorable. He did get a Champions League medal, but by mere fact he was on a bench. So yeah, Thomas Kuszczak, of course, got a Champions League medal from the same period, the Polish goalkeeper. By the way, 30-40 now on the Runa serve. So the first break point in the match, if I'm right, I've missed a bit of this match because I was making coffee.
Yeah, it's the first one. Rublev just got a good backhand return at Runa's feet. It's definitely been a great start for the Russian. Runa is like really blasting the ball, and I even think he might be. We'll see how his shot selection is because that's been an issue in the past as well. But this time, of course, he didn't blast it. He was just trying to play a more safer approach, but he kind of risked it at the same time because of that. But Rublev's pass does not make it over the net, so it's deuce. I'm also watching Shelton Wolf on the other screen, which right now the other screen is a phone. So I hope to see both matches as good as and as big a capacity as I could, as I possibly can. Rune played a drop shot lob combo there. It wasn't actually perfect. It was good enough though to produce the error from Andrey, but he had the play on the backhand smash. So
Rublev. Rublev is already doing this, and to be honest with you, Rublev really should have done better with that. As you say, the lob wasn't good enough.
Yeah, at least this putting into the court was not that tough. There's already a breakpoint for Shelton in the Shelton Wolf match.
Okay, cool.
We'll see how that goes. It just seems like they're the same player, honestly, to me. But of course, Shelton is a lefty, Wolf is a righty. That's a big advantage, and Shelton probably has even better shot making and movement. Shelton in general is a little better, but maybe will be in the future. Rublev approaches the net to try to put some pressure on Rune, but that does not work out. He cannot land the volley, and we have them at 2-all.
I
And
like
Wolf
that
has
shot
also saved the
selection.
break.
I like that. You're talking about shot selection. I don't know. I think it was in terms of Rublev, but I like that from Runa.
I was talking about Rune.
Okay, because I like what he did just there. Actually, he surprised me by going cross court with that attempted pass. For me, the obvious shot was to go down the line, and perhaps as a result, Andrey was a bit slow to react.
Did you see that? Or you're gonna see it in a second?
Oh, what a return! Holger Rune, take a bow, my friend. Ghosty as well. We're all slightly in different moments because I'm sure Ghosty wrote that about 15 seconds ago. But yeah.
Inside, yeah. When I was talking about Rune's shot selection, I was, this was like a situational shot. I'm more thinking like, yeah, whether he'll be just blasting the ball maybe too much, just going for a little,
Okay.
too much power than he actually needs. But definitely not in this rally though. He eventually draws out an error from Rublev with the slice. Rune had a couple of games at the beginning, especially on his serve, when he was just, whatever Rublev got back to him, he was just going at it with everything he has. But in this rally, he did not do that for sure. Wolf also saved that breakpoint, which I mentioned, with a +1 forehand. Oh.
Okay. Oh!
What are we even watching here? Like, this guy is too good.
Oh, what a lob! What a lob! Holger Rune, take a bow! 3 break points. I tell you what, listen, maybe I'm getting too carried away by this game alone. But for those of you that were worried about men's tennis once the big three are gone, and of course 1/3 of them have already retired. Well, Holger Rune, and I know Alcaraz is absent from this tournament, but it won't be long before we get to see him back on court, hopefully. I think he's signed up for Rio, for example. Holger Rune, by the way, will probably end up blowing this game now. He's got he's lost 1 break point already on the return. But yeah, there we go. What's this? Have the fans been talking about Rublev too, or was that Khachanov? I don't know what you're referring to there. I thought maybe at first when I saw Khachanov pop up on the screen that maybe he thought he was the future of men's tennis.
Rublev saves the second breakpoint though, but you can already see, and this is actually very similar, but on a larger, maybe on a larger scale to what I was talking about with Lehechka or Eliasim. One of these guys is just incredibly basic, has a very serious weakness, and Rune has. I mean, how do you even play against this guy? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna? What's your game plan? Who the hell knows? Since he improved his serve, and maybe it was Muratoglu, maybe it was Lars Christensen who did it. Sort of circling back to our discussion in the kitchen, one of the famous ones.
Yeah.
We don't really know who improved the Rune serve that much. But
I
of
think
course,
the thing with our kitchen talks is they often began in the kitchen, but they may well have. Oh, Runa's put that one
true.
behind.
That's true.
They may have began in the kitchen, but they ended in the living room. But they end up falling into the kitchen category because that's where they began. Listen, Rublev though has saved those 3 break points. So spectacular tennis aside, in terms of the points, we're very much 50-50, 2 games all, and we are now at deuce.
First time I'm interested in the forehand heaviness stat is this Wolf Shelton match, and Wolf apparently has 7.6, Shelton has 7.4. I have no clue still what the scale is or anything, and how does forehand heaviness, how is it measured? But it's just kind of interesting because I said that they're basically the same player, and at least on the forehand side, when it comes to the heaviness, the Infosys or whatever it's whenever that data provider is called agrees. but giving Wolf a slight edge. And we've got Rublev serving it, winning that game. We got so excited about Rune.
I
But
know.
it's not reflected in the scoreline. But honestly, even if he loses that, I mean, you can see that Rublev is, the game has sort of already just become too filled with all these youngsters, I think, for him to follow up. I don't know. It's just not looking bright for guys like Rublev, to an extent even, definitely Rublev, definitely Sinner, to an extent, maybe even Felix Auger-Aliassime, we'll see, who's obviously a few years younger than Rublev. It's just, Alcaraz and Rune are already so much better than these guys, it seems.
Yeah. Just to go off topic, and we'll come back to Rublev Runa in a minute. Is it possible for Andy Murray to have a deep run at Wimbledon this year, do you think?
I mean, I don't think this event changed anything in my perception of his chances of making, winning a slam title, winning an ATP 1000 title. It doesn't really. Like, I don't think Andy played much better than he did last year. I seriously don't think so. I think he just fought his way through to the wins. And therefore, I'm going to have to say it's possible with a good draw.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's, it's probably not going to be a semi-final.
No.
I just don't really, I'm not as optimistic as some other people when it comes to like whether this run actually means that Andy will have a good season.
Yeah, you know what? Before the year began, I was thinking it might be Wawrinka who has a renaissance and one last deep run at the Slam, but maybe I need to reevaluate that. But then
it's going to be tough for him physically, right? At this
yeah,
stage.
I mean, when I say renaissance, it might be a fourth round at the French, or it might be a final in Basel or something like that.
Yeah, like Wawrinka honestly has already shown us more than Murray since his comeback, like comparing them. I know that Murray is going to be the higher ranked one, the one that has had more consistent results, but he's not going to beat the world number one. As Wawrinka did in what was it, Basel? Was it no Basel, not Basel?
He beat
Metz.
Daniel Medvedev. Was Medvedev number one at the time in the world?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. No, or maybe he already would not have been. No, because that was after the US Open, right? Okay, so he wasn't. Never mind.
I get you.
Never mind.
Recent,
But
a very, very, very,
that's my
very
point.
recent.
I mean, he's not gonna get such sick wins like Wawrinka did in Basel over Ruud as well, right? Medvedev was number 4, Wawrinka, Ruud was number 3 when Wawrinka beat them. Like, that's just not happening realistically with Murray. Of course, he could snatch a win against one of them. I mean, he's just not gonna have that peak that Wawrinka can have at this point in time, because of course back in the day I think their peaks were somewhat similar. But that was before the all the injury days.
Okay, 15:30 on the Runa serve. So, bearing in mind he was love 40 a minute ago on the Rublev serve, and now he's 15:30 on his own. It's been a good little run of points from Rublev. I believe that's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now. He's won 8 points out of the last 9, Andrey Rublev, and he's now got 2 break points on the Holger serve.
Yeah, from all the excitation that we had, from all the joy with hot shots, now we get here, and now it actually seems like Rublev will take that. Yeah, Rublev is very aggressive there with the return, again very deep at Rune's feet. I think Rublev has been returning very well in this match so far, and he completely takes over the point with his forehand. He is very pumped as well. You could see that in the way he was moving to it. He was just even making some, I would say, unnecessary steps, just preparing already for the big forehand. You can see that he's very, very, very motivated to take this one.
Indeed he is, yes. Okay, 4-2 now, Rublev leads. I might get the score up on the screen for those of you just joining so you can keep abreast of all things tennis and none more so than the score, which is a little bit of a surprise, bearing in mind where we were a couple of minutes ago. As I say, I think it's something like, and Runa loses that point at 2, so it's probably, let's think about this. He won 4 points out of 5 in the previous one. He won 5 in a row on the one before, so that's 9 out of 10. He's won 10 out of the last 11 points. Ghosty here asking, how much is Rublev's experience in big situations an advantage over Runa? Could be. Well, listen, this is the kind of thing that's very easy to answer at the end of the match. If Rublev wins in 5, for example, then you go, well, maybe he just had a bit more experience than Holger on the day.
You'd still go. It's still go maybe. You know, it's at least in most cases, because sometimes you could tell that he is nervy. Yeah, truth is we don't know. With Rune, it's very hard to tell. I mean, that the guy has such insane levels of self belief that honestly it might not be a factor at all. Even, and Rublev has been, he has been sort of tipped to break through that quarterfinal, round 4 barrier at Grand Slams throughout the past 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I would say pretty much since the beginning of 2020, and yet he hasn't been doing that. So maybe it's not even actually gonna help him. Maybe it's actually gonna block him at some point. It's really ultra hard to tell.
Shelton Wolf is on serve.
Yep. Now, Andrey Rublev might win this match. Like he has started extremely well, and if that's really what he was doing in the Dan Evans match, which I only saw like a couple of points from, but someone on the stream told us that he was absolutely excellent. Then maybe he can win this match. But yeah, and for the future, I think it's pretty clear that he is not the bigger prospect here.
No.
But maybe today, and the same goes for Shelton Wolf, really.
Yeah, that listen, I think it's a lot easier. And when you get these right or wrong, I think it's a bit more important to evaluate whether you how your tennis predictions are and your analysis of the game is more relevant. Is if you think that Andrey Rublev is going to have a bigger career than Holger Rune, and you end up being right on that, then you have to go, you know what? Hats off to you, because I didn't see that coming. Pardon?
Absolutely.
That's the key thing. You can get predictions right, you can get them wrong. I mean, like I say, my prediction for today is for Runa to win, but it could easily go the other way. I mean, it's just a 2-horse race here. But when it comes to the bigger career at the end of it, who's going to probably end up with more slam titles? It really, which is generally how we mark people's career. I'm not saying it's not a factor when you look at the variance and also the effect you can have on the sport as a whole, such as Roger Federer and Andre Agassi and Serena Williams spring to mind in that manner. That's an interesting return there from Holger. And maybe it flummoxed Rublev. I haven't used the word flummoxed for about 6 months, so I'm really pleased that I've had the opportunity to do so right now. Do you know that word, Damien, flummoxed?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I'm trying to catch Damien out here on the stream. I think the only word I've used in the last 10 days that he wasn't familiar with was curmudgeon. So let me know in the live chat if you can find a word in the English language that Damien is unsure of. But anyway, that's a good serve there from Andrey Rublev. Don't get to say that very often, but that was a poor decision there. Is this going to land in? It is, Forehand winner, though, from Holger Rune, and it's an advantage for the Dane. What did you think about that point?
So you're still saying that Rublev is not serving, that his service...
He loses the point, but yeah, I know it was a good serve.
Yeah, he's been serving very well here.
But the decision is the one I'm more interested in. After the serve, which he should have won the point from that moment, he ends up, hitting it in the sweet spot almost for Holger, or at least the spot where Runa can get half a racket.
There was a worse direction choice from Garcia, I guess, not honestly. But I was also looking at the Shelton Wolf screen, so I would have to rewind, frankly, too.
Oh, okay, no worries.
I saw the last moments of that point, and Rune breaks back. Rublev had an inside-out forehand that he was like really going for again. Both of these guys obviously are gonna be striking the ball big.
That is the kind of mistake, by the way, that Rublev just made on the forehand there that hit the net. What are we going backstage for? I don't know what. I thought something was going to happen. By the way, somebody asked about the branding that Rublev has. I'm not sure, actually, if it's his own brand. It's certainly not a brand I'm familiar with, that's for sure, because I know him and Nike have parted ways.
He had this. Doesn't he have a brand like Rublo or something like that?
Rublo,
Yeah.
is it? Okay, so that is his
Andrey,
own brand.
yeah,
Sounds
Andrey Rublev launches Rublo, a clothing brand that's not about clothes. It was on January 2nd. I remember reading about that. I'm not sure if it's the logo, but I would assume so, right?
indeed.
Is the logo right? Like something.
It's like
It's actually hard to describe. Yeah, like a dove, maybe something.
something like that. It's
Dove
like
like. Yeah. Okay, then I guess that's it. Yeah, that's his brand, Rublo.
There we go. Jane is also suggesting that. By the way, that forehand that he just dumped into the net there, even if you're a calm individual, you're somebody that doesn't get frustrated and angry very easily. All of the things, of course, that Andrey Rublev is not. It is the kind of forehand that's going to drive you crazy. Oh, it's Holger Rune that's. Oh no, he's just picking up his racket. I thought he was going off court for a second there. I don't know what his racket was doing in that position, but whatever. It's fine. No need to panic for you if you are a Holger Rune fan. It's 3-4. In fact, the opposite of panicking right now. But yeah, back to that forehand that he dumps in the net. You can be fairly calm on court, and I regard myself as being pretty calm on court. I might use the odd expletive or two. You may be surprised if you're just tuning in to be aware that I do occasionally use bad language, and it does occur on the tennis court. But I'm never close to hitting a racket, aside from the fact that I can't afford to smash a racket. I don't even feel the temptation to do so. Anyway, but that was what I'm saying is that's the kind of forehand that will drive you crazy that Rublev just dumped into the net there.
Yeah, and I will just say that because Ghosty was surprised that the Rublev brand is not about clothes. Apparently, it's about equality, kindness, and hope. And that's what the Rublev team stands for. Anyway, back to the tennis court.
Normally, I would say for most people, that sounds a bit lame in that we all think we're good people. Everybody on the planet who's ever existed, even some of the most horrible individuals that have ever existed, they all think they're good, but I will say this about Andrey Rublev. He does come across as being a pretty decent guy, so maybe we can believe those words with a bit more sincerity than other people who've uttered them. What's this going on? Pro tip here from Ghosty. We love a good pro tip. We also love a tip in general. So hit that super chat button and donate to the channel so we can continue giving you live coverage throughout this tournament. A pro tip, John, buy old cheap rackets at thrift stores so you can smash them all. Yeah, thanks for that, Ghosty. I like the thought. By the way, what do we think about this glow behind me that's occurring? Does it make me seem more angelic, Andrey Rublev-esque? Arguably. There was something else I wanted to mention. Oh, yeah. So I was very, very fortunate to appear is the wrong verb, but go to the Moratoglu Academy last year. Appear sounds like I was a guest and giving a speech. Certainly not. But I was very lucky to go there. And I saw a match, if you like, a Sunday. Oh, on Runa putting that forehand into the net. Rublev, who is facing 2 break points. But just very quickly, I saw an amateur match occur between 2 very good tennis players, but not on the tour. And one guy, I think he smashed 2 rackets that particular Sunday morning. And I thought it was very unbecoming. It was very uncomfortable viewing because I know you get frustrated, but to smash $200-300 rackets on a Sunday morning seemed a bit extreme to me. Anyway, listen, back to this. Good serve from Holger Rune there. So he's got saved one of the break points. $30-40.
So you're like Rafa and you've never smashed a racket in your life?
No, I can't say that because as a teenager at school, and this does come back to the Ghosty comment regarding the idea of not when it wasn't my racket and it was a school's racket. As a teenager, I smashed a few at school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe I don't know what was influencing me at the time. I probably had a shorter temper. I certainly was influenced by the fact it wasn't my own racket because I never smashed my own. Table tennis bats as well. Used to. Oh, look at Rublev there has just won the game. I think it was on a
Yeah.
double fault.
Double faults.
But what was he remonstrating for? I mean, I don't know. He's going to serve for the set. He should be in a good mood. Is he annoyed with Holger Rune double faulting? That's what it seemed like. Holger Rune double faults, and Andrey Rublev is like, "Give me a ball to return." Anyway, Andrey Rublev 7 for the set. We have 16 people watching today right now, so that's not bad for 5:45 in the morning, at least Central European time. By the way, of course, you may well be tuning in from the US, which will be getting towards midnight on the East Coast. Hopefully, you can hang on for the remainder of this match. I believe Ghosty's about 7 hours different. Oh, Runa forehand. So maybe you can hang on for another hour or two. Love 15 love now, 3 points away from winning this set. Holger Rune had big chances to win this set. None more so than at love 40 on the Rublev serve.
I mean, it wasn't to win this set yet, I guess.
I know.
Given how he's already lost his serve twice, but yeah.
Oh.
That first point in this game was another one of these overhits where he just goes for it in extreme fashion. And it looks like Andrey Rublev is gonna take the opening set. He is 3 set points up. A bit of a surprise given that 2-2 game, especially where we were just so caught up in the moment for a second. But it's Runa has gone down to earth and definitely is going to have some things to to think through during the break. And Rublev fires an ace. Was that a second serve or was the first one a let?
No, it was the first one because the first one was a let. Yeah.
The first one was a let.
6-3, Andrey Rublev. I'll just have a quick look and see what's going on in the other match, and it's 5 games all, so it's on serve between Shelton and Wolf. But bearing in mind where we were at 2 games all, love 40 on the Andrey Rublev serve after some sensational tennis from the Dane. 37 minutes that set, pretty short, pretty brief, Ghosty, as you say. We must have had quite a few quick points, I guess. Which, by the way, you would think would favour the Dane. By the way, first serve in Holger Rune, 48%. Maybe that's part of the problem.
Yeah, just went on Twitter and I'm reading from someone that smart from Holger to slow his pace back down. I think he probably wrote it before the last 2 games.
Yes, quite possible.
Because he definitely, and he's perfectly right in that Rune definitely had a good moment there where he started playing it a little more smartly, but then just reverted back to what he was doing at the beginning of the set, which was definitely not working and definitely a little bit too trigger happy on some of these shots. Dude, these guys are just roasting. 37 minutes. What's the temperature out there today? I think it's probably much higher than it was yesterday. Let me see. What's the temperature in Melbourne? It's 27. So nothing extreme, but definitely much hotter than in the past couple of days, where it was usually under 20 even. Runa gives off major Icarus vibes, like he's flying too close to the sun, or what are we talking about?
Maybe he's taking a few too many risks. I mean, for me, the biggest stat that I noticed, albeit I only glanced at a few, was the fact that he just got 48% of his first serves in. And bearing in mind how much of a weapon I think that is and how much of an advantage it is over Rublev, despite Rublev serving pretty well in that first set, I do think he's giving away a bit of a thing there. So he's going to have to get that up as he dumps a backhand into the net. It's 15 all on his serve. And I tell you what, if you're a Novak Djokovic fan, in fact, even if you're Novak Djokovic himself, despite his hamstring, you're probably doing cartwheels right now.
I don't know. I mean, Rublev has been pretty... Yeah, but I know
Andrey Rublev is
he's
not
gonna play
beating
Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic.
Then he's gonna play Djokovic, and he's gonna his backhand is just gonna be okay for like 5 games, and then it's just It's gonna be the same as at the ATP finals, basically, which
Yeah.
is I was just describing a random Djokovic versus Rublev match, like a hypothetical
Uh-huh.
average example, and then I just realized that I'm basically describing the last match between them.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe as well. That's a good forehand down the line there from Rublev. That's a nice change of sort of mixing up, coming into the net, and he wins that point, 30 all, full of confidence right now. Andrey Rublev wins the point, does a nice fist pump, seems to be quite positive, probably catches himself in the moment of positivity and quickly goes back to being negative again. Dimitri there is posting something, I believe, in Russian. I hope it's polite and welcoming, and I'm sure it probably is, Dimitri. Make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. I'm not going to post it on the screen purely because it could be something, I don't know. Sorry, Dimitri, I don't speak Russian. I'm hoping that you understand English so you can understand my words. Oh, Holger Rune at the net, a volley that he should be making. A kind of a stop volley, if you like, that he just needs to just get it over the net and probably win the point as a result. But he doesn't get it over the net, and it's 30-40 backhand side.
That is, I think, Rossia period. So I'm assuming that would be like Russia in the lead or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's fine. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think it's
cool.
just a reaction to Rublev winning the first set.
Yeah, makes sense.
I had some Russian in at the university, and like I can basically read Cyrillic, but I barely know any words. But thankfully, they were easy enough so that I could understand.
Between us, Ghosty there saying, by the way, he speaks Russian. He's making a very strong critique of the McRib. He's very upset that it's only a seasonal sandwich. Thank you, Ghosty, for that. But you've yet to convince me about your Russian. But anyway, more Russian commentary here, Dimitri. Thank you as well. Listen, we are open to all languages. My only weakness is, or even our stream's only weakness, is that I think all of us pretty much only speak European languages, albeit we probably have a lot of them. Oh, and Runa putting a backhand into the net there. Again, you'd expect him to at least make it over the net. So it's now advantage Rublev. Let's call that a forced error, though, at the very optimistic end for Rublev. Advantage to the Russian, and therefore he has another break point.
And he does save it with an unusual serve this time around. Maybe finally the serve is going to give him some help, because I think the last few games he's been really struggling to get anything going in that department, just not getting any points for free. Yeah, okay, I don't know. Now Dimitri is writing more comments in Russian. I don't know if... Okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep
The
reading
last one
them
has an
because
asterisk by it, so I don't know whether that means that it's Rublev serving. Oh, Andrey Rune with a completely mishit forehand, so much so that it lands in row Z in the crowd. It's going to be a third break point for Andrey Rublev.
I think at first he was giving us, inviting us to talk in Russian, and then I stopped understanding. So I guess I'm going to stop reading as well.
Listen, Dimitri, I don't think this is going to satisfy you, but I'll go with spasiba. And okay, so Runa has saved that break point, so it's back to juice again. What else do I know?
Здравствуйте.
Bolshoi Malenki. I think Bolshoi is big and Malenki is small, but I could have it the wrong way around. Vodka. Is it piva? Is that beer?
No clue.
Yeah, I think it's similar to the Polish, obviously, which is pivo. Although knowing Polish, it probably changes depending on what the hell is going on, maybe even what day of the week it is. I have no idea. But I do know this: isn't it the case in Polish that, like, for example, one is not always one? Oh, so how do you say two pivo in two beers in Polish?
Dwa piwa.
Dwa piwa. How do you say three beers?
Trzy piwa.
Does it not change though? Piwo, depending on how many?
5 piw na przykład.
There we go, exactly. So I mean,
I said na przykład, which is for example. Never mind.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no problem. Anyway, we now have 17 viewers, which is great. So maybe they enjoy us speaking Russian and Polish on here, although I think it's a bit of a stretch to say we're speaking Russian. Listen,
Yeah,
it's Advantage Runa. He has a game point. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. It goes to the backhand side. Now it's on the forehand of Runa. Andre goes big on that forehand and he succeeds in forcing the error. So it's back to deuce.
yeah, Ghosty is asking how many languages do I speak. Yeah, just English and Polish. Nothing much really. I used to speak some decent Spanish, but no practice, and I barely know it anymore. Russian, I just
Ghosty,
know
I'm
I just
offended that
know
he's not.
the
He's not.
alphabet.
I'm offended that he's not asking me. I'm not going to
But
answer unless somebody asks. I'm not going to say that I speak English and Spanish.
that could be interesting for you though. In Dimitri's second to last comment, it's 3-0, and then there's Rublev's name in Cyrillic, like
Yeah,
his surname in
maybe
Cyrillic.
our
That's how it
streams are
looks.
like 2 hours behind.
No,
So
it's in he's saying that that Andrei will win
yeah, I guess.
three sets to love. Just it's interesting to see how that name is spelled out in Cyrillic compared
Oh
to
yeah, true. Yeah,
the
let's put that one on the screen. So that's fairly safe. We're safe on that one. If that is Rublev's name, and oh, I like the way he's got the word win.
yeah.
I'm
And
assuming that he's using a bit of English there and not.
and it
Uh,
should be as we were talking about during the week, it should be Rublev, and I think because that's
okay.
the E with two dots. But of course, in like the English speaking world, everyone just
This is my point. I saw a double fault from Runa, so it's back to deuce. This is turning into a bit of an epic game. But this is my
yeah.
point regarding the pronunciation thing.
Hmm.
You've either got to go all in. Like, so I saw Gil
I
Gross
agree. Yeah.
posting a thing about his pronunciation of Joe. He says Djokovic, and by the way, you can hear in his explanation that Djokovic is way off in terms of the pronunciation. Although he did say he didn't want British people to comment, so maybe I shouldn't respond. But if we're going to go all in on pronunciations, we've got to go all in with Rublev and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So therefore, and I don't think Andre minds the fact that he's got a
No,
nice one,
I think
Christy.
he's gotten used to it. I mean, the same way we could even talk about my first name, right? People like any English people call me Damien, which is natural for you guys. In Poland, it's Damian. Like I don't care either way. I don't care either way. You know, I'm
Yeah.
very used to both options by now. And it was never really weird because even if you're like studying English, you never studied English as a foreign language. But if you're studying English as a foreign language, it's pretty common that the teacher is going to call you, like instead of, I don't know, Katarzyna, he's going to call you Kate, or instead of Damian, every English teacher I've had called me Damien. So I was used to that. You know, I've been used to that this form since I was probably like 7 or 6, like which is whenever I would get the first English lessons. So it's not a problem. Maybe Rublev just also doesn't care at all.
I don't think anyone really cares. And if you do, take a chill pill. That's my point. Because I really couldn't give a flying proverbial what people. I mean, I get my names, believe it or not, mispronounced and certainly misspelled. They are very warm, kind people that are normally often my friends, sometimes not. You know, I have letters addressed to me as Johann. I have no idea why they're calling me Johann. I know that is the German version, but actually they're misspelling the German version as well. But really, it's the least of my concerns. If that's your biggest concern on this planet, I envy you. I envy you. Listen, it's love one to Andrey Rublev. To Andrey Rublev, I don't know what the hell. It's on serve. That was a huge hold, by the way, from Holger Rune, because he did face a couple of break points. And he was in a spot of bother, so to speak, especially as he's lost the first set. But now, can he take advantage of the Andrey Rublev serve? No, he can't. It's 15 love. I'm very keen on making another coffee because I really fancy one. Ghosted there, liking my use of the. I couldn't give a flying proverbial. We are a relatively clean stream here, Ghosty, as you know. 30 love, Andrey Rublev. And Rublev goes long on the forehand there. Lexi here saying it's also another thing. It's like when people make typos. Okay, if you don't get that they've made a typo, again, you need to open your mind a little bit and just understand that people make typos. We don't need to spend all day worrying about it. I get it that she means to say "come on" here, not "cone on." No problem at all. I don't even bother correcting some typos because they're so. I even see it sometimes before I've sent the message, and I think, oh, I can't be bothered to change it. There's more important things to worry about, like tennis. 40-15, Andrey Rublev. He looks like he's about to make this one game all. 2 game points, just 50 minutes in. Maybe it's quite. What temperature was it in the end? Did we find out?
27.
27. Okay. Dmitry here is really testing our Russian language skills because I think he's written War and Peace in his latest message. Ghosty here saying, I tried learning Welsh on Duolingo, but I'm almost certainly need a second or third time to do it properly. Quite possibly, Ghosty. Also, and I hope I don't offend any Welsh speakers with this comment, in terms of value and importance with that language, it is probably quite far down the Richter scale, and I'm sure the Richter scale doesn't apply to languages, but maybe it should. By the way, I don't think the Richter scale even applies to earthquakes anymore. I think they just don't call it that anymore. I don't know whether Richter's been cancelled or not. Or maybe they tweaked it.
Yeah, it's also it's the tiebreaker in Sheldon Wolf. 3-all currently, no mini breaks so far. And it's one game all as well in the Rublev Runa match. Yeah, I wanted to say that my commies during the Sabalenka Bencic match, which I think were Laura
Commentaries.
Robson.
By the way, commentaries he means, not communists, right?
Yeah, not commies, in the other sense. It was Laura Robson and someone, I can't remember who.
Okay.
And they were talking about possibly, the conditions being a little faster as well today because of the warmer temperature, which were in their mind helped Sabalenka. And of course, you kind of have to agree. It's simply going to be a little faster.
And it may also aid people who are able to get their first serves in, which is something that Runa wasn't able to do in that first set.
Yeah, in general, every single service game of his has been like a struggle. I think he held easily twice at the beginning, but it was still like there was a deuce. It was to 30. Nothing has been clean for him so far in that serve department. Maybe right now he's gonna find his first one, first easy game of the match, and he's on the right track to do that for sure. After the first 2 points, Shelton and Wolf 4-all, still no mini breaks. I guess that's what we expected from this match, though.
Shelton Wolf, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really know what I expected, to be honest with you. I think I tipped Shelton to go through just because I think his ceiling and potential is up there. 40 love now, Holger Rune, as we were suggesting, he would desperately like to have a comfortable hold. By the way, 45 seconds we are into this game. And if he gets his first serve in here and it's unreturnable, he might do it in under a minute. Let's see what happens. No, he's gone long.
Yeah, Shelton finally had a chance to mini break, but Wolf played like an insane point. He's really grown as a match player and like just knowing when to choose the right opportunity, when to find the right opportunity to attack. Great slice there to disrupt the rhythm. Very, very, very sort of mature play from a guy who wasn't that mature even just a little while ago. Woof. Rublev is just blasting that for him today. And it's really, most of that is working out. Shelton does commit an unforced error, though. It's a volley, which he sends long. He was pretty much, just it would have been a point finisher if he just played it. So it's 4-6 now, and well, at first he has that set point. That's to defend on his serve, which should be pretty easy. But then it's gonna be on Wolves, and that could be very, very tricky.
Rune has held, albeit he did drop 2 points in the end on his serve there. So it's now 2-1. Lexi, by the way, with a late prediction, if you like. Rublev in straight sets for me, by the way. If this goes to 5, I won't be able to finish again. Lexi, you and me both, potentially. depending on how quick they are. And by the way, they got through the first set in 37 minutes, so it might well be possible for me to complete this. But yes, we're now at 6 a.m. here. I have basically 3.5 hours. I would also like to take a shower, as I'm sure my colleagues would like as well at work, which is to their benefit, of course, as much as mine. But yeah, what's going on with Shelton and Wolf in that tie break?
Yeah, there's that set point on Wolf's serve that I mentioned before, and there's actually a rally, but Shelton sends a forehand long. So yeah, just one mini break in the entire tie break. Super close so far. Of course, it was Shelton who had generated a break point during the set, but Wolf saved it, and he is leading after 56 minutes of play.
I'm going to make a video. For those of you wondering, and I'm sure, in fact, for those of you wondering, I'm sure everybody's been wondering. In fact, probably most of you have been panicking today, wondering what happened to the 20 minutes. Well, I can tell you exactly what happened to it. I fell asleep. Therefore, there was no day 8, I think it is, or was, or has been. Yes, yesterday was day 8.
Yesterday was day 7.
Yesterday was day 7.
Today is day 8, I believe.
So there was no day 7 review, 20 minutes. I will not be doing it retrospectively because I think that would be silly, bearing in mind that I may well do it and the person I'm talking about has already gone out of the Australian Open despite having won the previous day. And it's just no point in doing so. So we'll just have to skip a day. I do apologize, but the last 24 hours, I've probably caught up on all the lost sleep I've had. That's a nice drop shot. Yes, it is. It wins the point for Holger Rune. I've probably caught up on all the missed sleep I've had in the previous 7. I think I've slept about 15 hours over a 24-hour period. It was just an insane amount of sleep. But as a result, I am like this right now, and I'm with it. And I've already had one coffee when I really want to have a second one, not because I'm feeling tired, but because I just like coffee. Damien, by the way, doesn't like coffee. Ghosty, Brian said he doesn't even like the smell of coffee, which is sensational for me, and arguably the biggest news of week 1 at the Australian Open, because for me, the smell of coffee is delightful.
Yeah, I still haven't been able to sleep normally. I don't sleep more than, 3 hours at a time. And I also started getting these hallucinations. I think they're called hypnagogic. I read about it today. That's why I know. Usually I wouldn't know it. Like if I'm just about to fall asleep, I start just having a very, very real vision. Whenever I try to learn more about it, it disappears. But then whenever I try to doze off, it comes back, and it's related. There are some very weird sensations. It's always something very painful happening to me or something like that. Yeah, it's awful. I had it once already in Bonn and once here, and basically, they're not they're not dangerous or anything, but the only remedy is to have a normal sleep schedule and sleep, which I think, after January I will be able to do.
If it appeared like I was clapping to Damien's medical ailments, I apologize, because actually I was clapping the Holger Rune, some of his hot shots, shall we say, that brought up 3 break points, which he had at a very similar stage in the first set, wasn't able to take advantage of those 3 break points. And Rublev has already saved 2, the second of which in particular was a good first serve, once again defying my analysis of his poor serve. Gets his first serve in there. There was another serve, though. There was a second serve, I believe, which Runa didn't do enough on, in my opinion, on the return, because it really was a big chance. Is he going to save a 3rd break point just as he did in the first set? Runa could have gone bigger on the forehand. I think he should have gone down the line with that, but nevertheless, he's gone long on. He's got it. Broken. Holger Rune, for the first time in the match, has actually eked out an advantage in a set, shall we say. I say that because he had so many chances to do so in the first set, none more so than we had Love 40. And now Ghosty there suggesting, I think he's had a lack of sleep too, understandably so, as it probably clicks past midnight in Eastern time. But I do believe he's somewhere a bit more central in the US. But honestly, I can't remember right now, Ghosty. Ghosty's only told me, by the way, about 17 times where he lives, but I keep forgetting. I apologize. But listen, Holger Rune has a break advantage.
Yeah, and Ghosty is asking how was it called again. I mean, the symptoms don't exactly fit. I think I'm having it to an extreme variant, let's say. But I think it's hypnagogic hallucinations, and I think there's also hypnagogic, and hypnagogic are when you are waking up, and hypnagogic are when you are falling asleep. And I'm only having the ones when I'm falling asleep, not when I'm waking up.
By the way,
But apparently they're
who won
very common. Mhm.
Wolf won the first set. Okay.
Yeah, I talked about it like
Sorry.
pretty
Sorry.
extensively.
Sorry. The thing is, when one of us is talking, sometimes it's me and you're busy doing tweets or whatever. Sometimes it's you and I'm trying to make a video. So I always try and make sure the audience is entertained. But you'd be surprised that actually sometimes we're not listening to each other. But I also think the sleep deprivation doesn't hurt. Runa, by the way, is 15 all currently, and I'm going to make another coffee.
I was about to leave and get myself some water, but since John has left, I can't
Go
leave
get
you.
yourself. Go get yourself.
No,
some
no, no,
water.
no, 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 no. But you can do the coffee first.
I'll
No hurry.
start the coffee. Here's the tactic. Oh, he's gone long. I'll start the coffee, which will take me about 60 seconds to prepare. By the time I come back, while the coffee is therefore brewing, you can then do the water, and I think that works quite well.
Yes. So, guys, Runa is currently serving 3-1 up. I've got him at 30-15. I think I'm a little bit ahead of John by now, right now. Rublev misses a backhand return, but frankly, I mean, I'm surprised at how this match has been going so far. I thought Rune was like gonna just look a little cleaner, just have a bit of a more, I would say, game plan, which I don't think he has really had. He's just sort of relying on his talent to get him through, which is okay. He's got the talent to do that, and he is, of course, leading up a break in the second set. But after that, I'm gonna have to think like hard whether I actually do see him as the favorite against Djokovic. But of course, yeah. First he needs to go through, and Djokovic needs to go through. Still don't think Rublev, even though he has been playing very well. Rublev probably has still a lesser chance against Djokovic than Rune potentially, but it's all very open in this one though so far. Shelton and Wolf are just playing the second game of the second set, so nothing is clear there either. Yeah, it's very likely that this match is just gonna feature, like 2 service breaks or something. Of course, I'm talking of Shelton and Wolf. We get another stat from Eurosport about converting the early breaks, that Rune has been more efficient than the rest of the Australian Open, but he's played. I don't think he's faced a seed yet, so that also could be one of the reasons. But it also kind of shows you, I guess, that he was much cleaner on serve in the previous rounds than he has been so far against Andrey Rublev here. Let me just quickly pull up some Rune serving stats. He's on 56% of his first serves, which is pretty low, but he has been going for them, so it's not like he is trying to have a high percentage. But yeah, he's just winning 65% on his first serve. A pretty decent stat on his second, though. I mean, 42%, maybe not great, but there's not much of a contrast between first and second. So, yeah, and of course, Holger is still a lot higher when it comes to the unforced error count. But as we said a couple of times during this stream already, it's not that matters. It's just the scoreline. It's just how many games you actually get in, which gives the Dane a lead in the second set. He only needs 2 holds to take it to third with the count of sets even between the two. Shelton and Wolf will probably also have that match will probably feature another easy hold. Jesus, I started a sentence and I started thinking about something else. Never mind. Rublev starts his game with an ace, though. Definitely, the quality of his serving is pretty good today. I was a bit surprised that John was so not in awe of his serve. Let's say that. but I think he was mostly referring to the second serve, which, over the years has been a concern for Rublev, that he's not getting anything out of it. But it has improved a little bit. Another great point from Rublev, just a couple of very solid, very deep forehands in, and he eventually forces an error, stretching Rune to his backhand corner.
What did I miss, Damien?
Not much, I don't think.
This microphone, by the way, that I'm holding is actually not plugged in or anything, but I guess I could just hold it for effect, but that would be silly. 4-1, I see Runa is now leading. Okay, so was that a comfortable hold for Holger?
Yeah. I mean, it was to 30, but he was 40-15 up, so yeah, more or less. And it's also a pretty comfortable hold for the Russian now.
Went huge on the return, but it was huge, but it also fell quite nicely in terms of positioning. He had to stretch a little bit there, Rublev, but in the end he goes big again on the backhand and it goes long. So it's a hold for Andrey, 4-2 now. This is certainly proving to be more difficult for Runa than probably many of us imagined. Losing that first set 6-3 had his chances. The inflection point was certainly at love 40, which seems to be our favorite inflection point over the last 12 months. But it was love 40 on the Rublev serve at 2 games all. And Rublev managed to save those 3 break points, winning 5 points in a row. I think he won something like 12 out the next 13, which meant that not only did he hold, he ended up breaking Holger Rune, which then gave him an advantage, which I think he did relinquish briefly, but basically it was the game, really, arguably the one in the set. Okay, so Rublev there with a backhand winner, so it's 15 all on his own, on Rune's serve, sorry. Rune is now serving at 4-2, as I mentioned. Yes, it is ghosty. I think that's a statement rather than a question. Rune until now had been sailing through his matches, some of which were tricky, actually, assignments, but he managed to get to this stage without dropping a set. Rublev, almost as impressive. The only set he dropped en route was against Rusevori, but was very impressive in his win against Dan Evans in straight sets. Dan Evans, of course, who's won 4 times out of 9 against him. That's a good shot selection again from Holger Rune. We were talking about his shot selection, but he certainly got that one right. Of course, there is a mixture of selection and execution. I heard you, Damien, a couple of days ago on the stream talking about that, and that some commentators prefer to criticize the shot selection when actually the shot could be the right choice, but they just execute it so poorly. And in fact, I would say, I mean, it's very difficult to put a number on it, but probably half of drop shots that don't work out. Let's just look at the body that don't work out. Probably it's 50-50 in terms of was it the right choice or was it just poorly executed? Because actually, the shot is at least half the time the right one, because you're making that decision. You're in charge of the point. You're making that decision. You're seeing your opponent very, very deep, let's say, in terms of court position, or just potentially a long way away from where you're trying to drop the shot to, but you just don't execute. I would say at least half the time.
That's a very like the stat line there is, I think, is very, very hard to estimate.
It is. A large
is
percentage, and that's the best way of fudging it, if you like.
It is a bit of a trend with commentators, yeah, to that if a player plays a drop shot and I don't know, it's into the net or something like that, it's always, oh, what a poor choice. Whereas in fact, maybe it was the perfect choice, but you just didn't
If
get
it
it
goes
right.
into the net, by the way, probably even slightly more towards the right choice but poor execution. If the opponent reaches it, and let's say he reaches it, but it does just go over the net, then we can probably put that into a category. Let's say it's actually quite well executed, but the opponent gets there and gets more than just a racket on it. Then I think that easily falls. That's probably the easiest one to analyze. If it's quite well executed, in other words, it just goes over the net, but your opponent gets there comfortably, well, clearly it was the wrong choice. However, if it ends up going towards the service line, and the opponent gets there, well, quite possibly it was just the poor execution. In fact, probably. And it's quite easy to analyze the execution. I mean, it either just goes over the net, or when it goes over at least, or it goes quite deep and the opponent gets there. Well, often then it's the poor execution. So it's a nice Danish contingent there. By the way, if you are Danish and you're just tuning in, I say this with some knowledge that we do seem to have quite a few Danes tuning in. I was looking at some of the analysis recently in terms of where people are tuning in from. Welcome. I do know it's 6:20 in the morning in Denmark right now, just as it is here in Germany and also in Poland where Damien is. So you may be a bit bleary-eyed, but your man is a set down. But he's got a good advantage in this second set. He's leading 5-2, and he's actually got a love 15 on the Andrey Rublev serve because Rublev goes long. No, he doesn't. But he gets away with a net cord. Sorry, my apologies. But either way, it's love 15 on the Rublev serve. So Runa is currently 3 points away from winning this second set. Oh, my coffee. Good return.
Yeah, love 30 down after this Holger Rune return. Was very quick to get out of the way there after a serve at the body and blasted a huge one. Rublev gets maybe he does not. Oh, Rublev with some very poor smashes there. He definitely felt a little bit of that 0-30 pressure in this one, but eventually it's Rune who commits the error on the one ball that was actually that actually could have earned the point where he was already back into it. Not well.
Nice return there though from Runa. And he's won the point, slightly aided, I think, by net cord. Don't think he apologized for it either. 2 set points.
No, net cords aren't lucky, so.
Running theme. Getting the phone out because I want to catch some stats at the end of this set, see especially how Runa's first serve percentage is. 30-40, Rublev, serve bot Rublev with an ace. Down the tee, saved 1 set point.
Rublev is saying, John, don't take out the phone yet. You're not going to be able to check the stats.
Indeed, it's juice. Jane is not a fan of net cord apologies. I am, personally. It annoys me. Flor, who I know you met, Damien, on Friday. Flor, who I'm about 27-0 against in terms of matches and about 54-0 in terms of sets. In my favour. Oh, dearie me, Holger Rune. Flor doesn't apologise for net cords. Sometimes he does. He also does have the habit of calling out, that was a great rally, but only when it ends in him winning the point, which is also... Oh, hello, what's Rune complaining about here?
No, it was just Rune showing that he's not ready. I'm not sure. Rublev didn't know that. That doesn't matter, I mean.
Well, yeah, but it does. If Runa says he's not ready, but it's Rublev is in charge of the point. He's the server. There's always the server.
Not really. I mean, if he just showed that he's not ready.
Yeah, but he did it pretty late.
I did not see at which exact moment he did it. I think
he'd already certainly begun the service motion and was. I think it even hit the ball.
Then that would be
too late. But Rublev was kind, in my opinion. But I'd be interested to see what the commentators have to say. But I've got the sound down. Ooh. By the way, I'd love it if that landed in, but it's not going to. It's not going to even come close. But I love it when you just sort of randomly manage to get a racket on. It's not quite random, but it goes about 100 meters into the air. Of course, I'm using some exaggeration here, and then still lands in. There's probably the point of the match in the epic 2008 Wimbledon final between. It's juiced, by the way, on the Rublev serve. In the epic match of 2008 between Federer and Nadal, there is a point where I think it's Rafa gets a racket on it, but it could be Federer, I can't remember. But it just goes like very, very high in the air, and it does land in a really awkward position. I think it's Federer, actually, who gets his racket on. It's in the 5th set at about 5-all.
Yeah, I think I know what shot you're talking about.
I might even be able to find it, because I think I posted it on YouTube. Anyway, it's advantage Holger Rune.
And Shelton has just broken to lead 4-2 in the second set.
Okay. So it's advantage Holger. It's advantage Andrey Rublev. He wins with a 1-2. It's 3-5 or 5-3. Holger Rune now is going to have to serve this out, this second set. No, I can't find the point. I thought I posted it on YouTube, and I may well have done at some point. But anyway, whatever. Holger Rune, 5-3, and it's 15-love to the Dane. Rublev had a passing chance there. Runa really gave him that chance, and Rublev said, "You know what? I'm just going to put this in the net." 30-love to Holger Rune. Yes, I found it. I'm going to post this in the chat. So this is the point I'm talking about. And Holger Rune has 3 set points. My advice to you, if you are just tuning in, is to watch that little clip probably after this set reaches its conclusion, which the Dane will be hoping is any second. It's 40-love on his serve. Those of you concerned, and I'm sure you are, I've got my coffee now at the side. Let me know in the live chat how you take your coffee. Damien doesn't take it at all. Okay, and Holger Rune ends the set with an ace. I'm going to try and get some stats and post them on the screen. Tell me about Holger Rune, Andrey Rublev, Damien.
Yeah, definitely a much different second set than we saw in the first. Rune had that extremely important, I would say, first game, right, where he was still struggling on serve, but since then, since that opening game of the second set, he was definitely the better player. Rublev just not getting as much, I guess, from I would say maybe he wasn't maybe as getting as much out of his forehand as he was in the first set, although he has still produced 12 winners, as we can see on the stat count. And eventually Rune found that one break and just started holding his serves a lot more easily than before. If that continues, he's gonna he is back in this match, and of course he is back in this match. We're currently at 1-all, and it's basically like a best of 3 match from here. Shelton has also consolidated the break, so he is just 1 hold away from getting to level with Wolf as well. It's a shame that these 2 matches are played at the same time, and then we're gonna have Bautista Agut, Tommy Paul again, before Djokovic the minor, which honestly Bautista Agut, Tommy Paul seems a lot less exciting than either of these 2.
Do you not find Tommy Paul exciting though?
Less so than Bautista Agut, frankly.
Okay.
But
okay.
it could be a good match.
There's a good story with both of them. I know you'll have a good story.
I think it's a better story with almost definitely a better story with Shelton Wolf. Definitely a better story with Rublev Rune, I think.
I prefer personally. I prefer stories with aging players that have knocked on the door but have yet to win a slam, such as Bautista Agut.
Yeah, but he's not really coming close to winning a slam, right? I'm afraid he's not going to be all right physically today after these 2 5-setters with Holden Murray. Well, maybe not that he's going to be like Murray in the match on what day was it? Friday? No, Saturday. Maybe not that he's going to be like Murray, but maybe more along the lines of just being after they play for like 2.5 hours, that Tommy Paul is going to be gaining.
Tommy Paul will be pretty fresh, unlike how he had to suffer in New York, where he had back-to-back 5-setters, and I think paid the price in his 3rd round match there. Anyway, here it's 1 set all. Latterly, if this does go 5 sets, maybe one or the other may pay the price in terms of their potential quarterfinal against Novak. That's a long way away. What is not a long way away, though, is the beginning of the 3rd set. It's 1 set apiece. That stat regarding the first serve, we remember it being at 48% for Holger Rune at the end of the 1st set, 65% there at the 2nd set. So that may have made a big difference. I'm sure it did, to help him hold serve throughout. He didn't get broken in that set. But the other thing was that you mentioned, Damien, was the first game, I think it was, where he had to face a couple of break points. And that combination really was decisive in terms of winning that set, because I think elsewhere they were fairly even. Of course, we can see a few more winners from the racket of Rublev, which may surprise some. But yeah, break points 1, 0 from 3, and 1 from 5 from Holger. And overall points 137.29, fairly comfortable for the Dane, aided and abetted by, as I say, those first serve stats, which are even there, by the way, but were anything but even at the end of the first set. What's going on here, Janie? I take my coffee without coffee with tea. So in other words, she's not a coffee fan either. I'm shocked by this disinterest in coffee. Disinterest, uninterest, I sometimes get those two confused, but I think I'm using it correctly on this occasion. Anyway, 30-15 on the Holger Rune, on the Rublev serve. I have made that mistake a few times today, and I apologize for it, but hopefully I'm going to try and eliminate it from my mistakes, but no guarantees. 18 people, by the way, tuning in right now. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new to keep up to date with all things tennis, such as this particular match, which is now 40-15 in favor of Andrey Rublev at the beginning of the 3rd set. Also, give us a super chat so we can keep going, so I can get more coffee. Damien can potentially get more sleep, although I don't know if super chats can aid his sleep at all, but maybe they do. Yeah, give us a super chat and give us a donation so we can keep going with this, because I would like to keep going, not just through this tournament, but throughout 2023. And Rublev, by the way, is certainly keeping going. He's won the first game of this set with a comfortable hold to 15.
Yeah, and an absolutely nasty net court, gave Shelton 2 set points on the Wolf serve, not even in the 5-3 game, but in the 5-2 game, although JJ has just saved one of them. So we'll see. This is a bit of an animal meeting on the court between an alligator or a gator and a wolf.
Ghosty, I think you're right. I think he's eliminated most things. I'm not even sure if he eats food anymore. Anyway, Runa serving at love 1 goes to the forehand, and it's enough to force. So it's an unreturnable, actually, really. So it's 15 love Holger Rune. Starting to get a bit peckish, actually. Do you know that word peckish, Damien?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've heard it, and I can get from the context what you mean, but if you just came up to me on the street and told me to give you the meaning of peckish, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you.
Or if I actually used it in a sentence like, Damien, are you peckish?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're from the context, I can kind of
go on, guess.
Hungry.
Yeah, but it's a bit more specific than that. It's a little bit hungry.
Okay.
It's very specific. Like you can't be starving. If you haven't eaten all day, you can't be peckish. You can be theoretically, but it's unlikely. It just means a little bit hungry. As Holger Rune double faults, and it's 30-15.
Yeah, and Shelton has just broken Wolf and again. Yeah. So after just 29 minutes, we've got after just 29 minutes in the second set, of course, we've got a 1-set tie between Shelton and JJ Wolf. So that match definitely wasn't expecting to be lopsided, and it's not so far. This match, some of us expected to be pretty lopsided, but so far it also has not been that.
I think I went for Rune in 4 sets, which is, as we said the other day, is probably more representative of how close you think the match will be in terms of. So I probably had Rune as a 60-40% winner. And then as a result, you go, you know what, I think he might drop a set as a result. I probably just didn't think we'd be at this stage of the match, and it's really, at least on the scoreboard, 50-50. Of course, many of you are wondering where these scores that are on the screen are coming from. I'm actually using the Talking Tennis website, which I'm going to post in the live chat for you as well. I'm sure you're desperate to see what is going on there. So feel free to check that out. It's 1 game all now in this match. So on serve, we had in the first set, did we have 5 breaks of serve? No, three breaks of serve in the first set. I think they had a break apiece. And then Rublev broke towards the end of that first set, and that was enough really to give him the advantage. And then he comfortably held it or comfortably served it out. Runa got 1 break in the second set, so it's 2 breaks apiece, I believe, in the whole match, and it's 1 game all in the third set.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a 50-50 at this right now.
Does it really? Does it still feel that way? Or does it feel that way in terms of your feeling as opposed to just the scoreboard?
I think that both the scoreboard and the feeling are pretty much, pretty much the same at this point in time.
Okay.
I think I might have overrated like how Holger Rune was just going to approach this match, tactically, just sort of playing. Yeah, he's game, and maybe that's actually better for him. But yeah, Rublev has been good today. Perhaps he shouldn't be surprised about that.
Oh, good defense there. Good defense from Holger Rune. Oh, wow. And I tell you what, I know you might criticize the Rublev smash, but it wasn't a bad smash, honestly. I mean, he puts it, look at this smash. I don't know if we're going to see the smash again. It's quite close to the tram line. We're going to see the smash that he gets wrong. But that was excellent defense from Holger Rune, in my opinion. But it's not going to matter potentially because it's now 40-15. But any thoughts on that last point or that previous point?
Honestly, I've just rewinded to it because I didn't think it was quite as ecstatic as you found it.
I thought it was great defense. It's 2-1, by the way, Rublev, so it's almost irrelevant. But I thought it was the way he managed to get a racket on it of any description, never mind get it back in play. And then, of course, it culminated in Rublev putting the smash into the net. I thought was pretty impressive. I thought it was, I'm going to listen, normally, as you say, if a smash is defended, especially if it's defended reasonably well, it's often because the smash was poor. But I thought the aggressive shot, I can't even remember if it was a smash now, was pretty well.
It wasn't a smash. Yeah, that's why I was confused. That's why I was confused because you were talking about a couple of smashes. No, never mind. But that's why I wasn't sure what happened in that point.
I've yet to see the replay of that point. For some reason, they haven't replayed it. Maybe it's because they think that it's not worthy, and I'm just getting too excited. Anyway, listen, it's 2 games to 1.
I think they're right.
Listen, regarding the scoreboard and the percentage, I mean, I thought Runa would win before the match, and I get it. That for me, it was 60-40 before, but I'm still just going towards Runa. So if it was 60-40 before, it's probably now 52-48 in terms of the Dane, the way I'm feeling. But yeah, Rublev is certainly making a big fight of this, and it is nip and tuck. Ghosty there suggesting the third set seems very important. Yeah. That's one of those that if it ends up in 4 sets for one or the other, you go, wow, that was the third set that did it, really, especially as it went to a tiebreak or whatever. So we'll see. Did you see? Oh, that was a wayward forehand from Runa. Did you see what I posted in the live chat yesterday when you were commentating on Tsitsipas Sinner? I suggested, Damien, that you could somehow, if this is possible, to see a tweener off a smash that's a backhand pass. Sorry, a passing shot that ends up hitting the corner of both the baseline and the tram line, and it ends up being a winner, and you would still be lamenting the smash.
Yeah, I saw it, and it's probably pretty accurate. not gonna lie, I think it could be accurate.
I know you might be wondering how it is possible to do a tweener off a smash, but it is possible if you did a pirouette and the ball bounced so high it gave you the chance to do so. I mean, it's almost impossible to not only occur but also to execute it in the manner I suggest. By the way, the serve clock is certainly clicking down here. I don't know if he's going to begin his service motion. Not really, no.
By the way, Ghosty is saying that so many American men still in the draw are former college stars. Yeah. I don't think Tommy Paul was a college star. After he had that French juniors run, he was supposed to go to college, University of Georgia, but I don't think he ended up doing that. I think he just got a deal with some Nike or whatever and didn't do that. Shelton Wolf, of course, though. Shelton Wolf for Ohio State and Shelton for the Florida Gators, University of Florida. And Ghosty also says that Schneider, yeah, I don't think Paul went to Georgia. I think he was supposed to. He had committed, but he didn't. He didn't after all. Anyway, he also says that Schneider has just announced that she's going back to North Carolina State. Yeah, that's quite an interesting decision. Huge for college tennis, though. They're gonna have like a top 100 player in at North Carolina State. But yeah, that's really weird to me as well, because the amount of money she had to sort of give up. I don't know. Maybe she just really believes in the project, and that's being there for one year is actually gonna help her a lot. I guess it's gonna be more like 5 months or something like that, right? Because the
unusually that last point, which was just 11 shots, by the way, but felt a bit longer. It felt like Runa was actually waiting for an error from Rublev, and I thought Rublev would win the point as a result, but actually he ended up obliging and went long, so it's 30-all. Rio here on Facebook. Make sure you give us a like on Facebook, Rio, by the way. Don't think we've got one like on Facebook yet. So give us a like, Rio. Does Rublev have a chance? Absolutely, and more so certainly now than he did at the beginning of the match. And really had a big chance there at love 30. And potentially during that rally at 15-30 as well. Let's see if he brings up a break point. It's 30-all right now. They're exchanging shots here. Runa comes into the net and he dumps it into the net, and he should not have done that, that's for sure. And therefore it's a break point. He seemed to get himself a bit caught up there, and technically he got that wrong. Moratoglu, of course, who we're going to in the box there, just sort of does a little shrug, if that's possible, with the face. But Runa is annoyed with himself, and he should be with that. Seemed to get himself all caught up a little bit there, and his technique was way off. And as a result, he dumps it into the net, and it's a break point for Andrey Rublev. So Rio giving us a big heart love on Facebook. Thanks for that, Rio. Yeah, and feel free to continue commenting. We want to hear your comments too. If you're in the comment section below this video, as you've just done there. And Ruby certainly has a chance, and he has a chance here to break at 30-40 on the Runa serve. As Ghosty suggested earlier, maybe this is a very significant set. We'll see. And maybe this is a very significant point. Holger Rune, can you get your first serve in? You can, and it's enough to win.
And it's going to be...
it's gone long.
Chip return from Rublev is not good enough at all. 202 kilometers an hour from Rublev. I don't know why they decided to show that to us. Is that one of his fastest serves of the match? I doubt it.
Not sure. But listen, Holger Rune is going to need to maintain that sort of 65-70% first serves in, I think. If he does so, I think he'll end up winning the match. But he's not going to be able to win the match, I think, if he gets less than 50% as he did in the first set. He comes into the net now. He's in charge of this point, and he wins it. But Rublev had a chance there to pass, I think. Listen, but both players will be a bit disappointed with this game should they end up going on to lose it, because they've both had chances, I think, to win this game. Let's see if Runa pushes the stop clock again like he did a couple of points ago. We're just over an hour and a half, and we're already well into this third set. So they are racing through the sets, which is good news for me if I want to arrive at work on time. Advantage Holger Rune, game point. What are you going to do with the serve? You go out wide. No, it's gone too far wide. So it's a second serve for Andrey Rublev to look at. Let's see what happens here. Holger Rune going down the tee this time to the forehand of Andrey Rublev. It's on the backhand of Rublev. Is that a winner? No, it's not. It's a good shot there from. It's gone long. Rublev is annoyed. What a surprise. 2 games all.
Yeah, and Shelton had to save his first break point of the match in the first game of the third set, but he did that with a slice approach and then finished it off with a smash. So it's it was just the first game of the third set, but Wolf created his first break point of the match.
Great name, Rio, by the way. Rio Boss. Just in case we're in any doubt who's in charge.
Are you a friend or no? Are you some family with Hugo Boss?
Hugo Boss, do you say?
Yeah, Hugo Boss.
No, I'm not a fan of that clothing
No,
brand.
I was wondering if Rio is,
Oh, if Rio is. Oh, maybe.
has anything in common with.
Oh, maybe it's a
Boss.
family member.
He's got
If
a very
so,
interesting profile photo as well.
I can't see it, but very.
I think it's
listen.
an oven. It's an oven
Oh.
or something like that. Yeah, or a
Okay.
stove.
Maybe it is a relative of Hugo, and Hugo wants to also have an electrical branch to his empire, and but doesn't want to confuse the two, so he's decided to call it Rio, because he's also a fan of the Brazilian city. 15 all, so I'll stop talking gibberish. Backhand to backhand right now. It's gone long from Andrey Rublev, 15-30. Are you still at 50-50 in terms of this match?
Yeah, I guess so. We kind of have to be.
Might change in a couple of points from now, but we'll see.
Yeah, if he lands the break, then of course not.
Yeah, good first serve there from Rublev, though, and it's enough to give him the 1-2 punch, so it's 30 all. Lexi, I'm guessing from some of your comments that you are supporting Rublev today. But yeah, let me know in the live chat. Yeah, Ghosty, that was a big hold for Runa in that previous game. Second serve here for Holger Rune to look at 30 all. He's just outside the baseline. But he comes in a big way, by the way, Garcia-like, but it's not enough to win the point. Did you see how far he came in after basically the service motion begins from Rublev? And as a result, I would even suggest by the time he makes contact with the ball, he's actually closer than even Caroline Garcia, but he does it in a big sort of movement way. So he's actually about 50 centimeters behind the baseline, but by the time he makes contact with it, he's over a meter inside, it feels like. On the second serve, that was on that occasion. This time he goes long, and as a result, we're not going to see any more of that for the next 5 minutes or so, because Andrey Rublev holds 3-2. Rublev makes you want to kill him, Lexi. That's what makes me think you're a Ruby fan. Does Rublev have a chance? Yes, he does, Rio. Sorry, I don't know if I answered that question. I think I may well have done. But yeah, he has a big chance.
Did.
Much bigger than at the beginning of the match, anyway.
Well, much bigger than we thought he had at the beginning of the match, because I guess his actual chance probably has not raised or decreased.
I had Shelton beating Wolf. Did you have the same?
I mean, if I have to lean something, it would be Shelton. But,
Yeah, no, I felt the same. I didn't.
With this sort of matchup, it's really hard to tell. There obviously aren't going to be that many service breaks, even though Shelton landed 2 in the second set. That still doesn't give him that much in terms of an advantage, and yeah, could very well go.
Do we know anything about Moratoglu when he was a tennis player? What sort of level he reached?
I don't think he was a tennis player, like, really.
No. I mean, not that it's that relevant to his abilities as a coach. In fact, I would say it's almost entirely irrelevant.
Let me see. He's got an ITF profile, so that's something. Only men's, so no juniors, and he doesn't have any ranking. Let me see the activity tab. In the year 2000, he played his only professional match, a qualifying draw in an ITF in Douai, France, and he lost to a Monegasque player, Thomas Auger, 2-6, 4-6. He played one pro match in singles.
There we go.
And in doubles, he played in that very same event only one match as well.
Oh, Runa. You should have gone bigger on that one. You should have gone bigger, taken a risk. Love 30 on the Runa serve. The first one was an unforced error from Runa that he would have been disappointed with. But here, with the backhand, he could have gone for a passing shot. Of course, probably 2 times out of 3 you fail, maybe even slightly more than that. And as a result, Rublev had a very comfortable volley at the net, making his life too easy, in my opinion, was too tentative, which is unusual for him. Which academy has a better reputation, IMG, Mouratoglou or Nadal? I will actually answer that, but maybe at the end of this game. But I do have an authoritative, for a very unusual moment, for a very rare moment on Talking Tennis, I may be a voice of more authority on at least 2 of those 3 academies, and I'll give you my viewpoint. But the reason why I'm going to wait is it's love 40 now on the Holger Rune serve. Here we go. Backhand, forehand goes long from Holger Rune, and Andrey Rublev has broken serve and now leads 4-2 with a huge advantage in this third set, which Ghosty suggested may well be decisive, and he might be right.
89 seconds, by the way, for a service break. That is very rare.
Yeah, 89 seconds, less than a minute and a half that was to break serve. I'm going to get this match back up on the screen. So we've got the actual scoreline at the very least to show everyone how good news this is for Andrey Rublev. I will answer the question from Ghosty. I don't know about IMG. That is the academy, by the way, that was from Nicholas Bollettieri, right? I think. Is that the right one? I think it is.
Is he called Nicholas?
Nick Bollettieri.
Yeah.
Isn't it Nick?
I mean, I only heard the version Nick ever.
Yeah, I think it is Nicholas.
I don't know if it even. Yeah, Nicholas James Bollettieri, but I mean, yeah.
But not really that relevant, at least in terms of the answer that I'm about to give. Yeah, no, but I can certainly talk about the other 2 from a tennis perspective, at least from an amateur's perspective. And that is, and I hope that Ghosty doesn't think I'm being biased here, because I really do not have a vested interest in either academy. But I can tell you this, from my personal experience, the Nadal one is better, and I'll tell you why. First of all, and I mean this just from the average human being's perspective, the price of the Nadal one and Mouratoglou on the face of it looks the same, both extortionate. However, when it actually comes to the living price, as in like how much is a coffee, how much is a beer, etc., 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 the Nadal one is significantly cheaper, and in fact, pretty affordable. A coffee would be about €2, for example. You can also do an all-inclusive thing, which I think ends up making it better value. So, in terms of that basic value, the Nadal one is better. By the way, Rublev has held very, very quickly and very comfortably, so it's now 5-2 in that. And then on top of that, I would also say the coaching is better at the Nadal one. I found the Mouratoglou one surprisingly disorganized. You'd have a bunch of tennis players waiting to receive a lesson, and they wouldn't really know where to send you, if you like, which is always, in my opinion, a bit awkward and a bit embarrassing. And I would say the coaching was slightly better as well at the Nadal Academy. So that's my voice of reasoning for why the Nadal Academy is better. And I think that's, for my opinion, quite a convincing argument. Anyway, listen, back to this tennis match here. It's 5-2 now, Andrey Rublev in this set. So I can see Dimonor warming up. He's going to have to warm up pretty well, I would suggest, to have a chance today. I don't see him getting a set, to be honest. And I don't subscribe to this viewpoint that Djokovic has been massively impeded in his matches so far. I'd say with the exception of the end of the second set in his second round match, I think the matches have gone both on the scoreboard, but also in terms of the movement, exactly as you would imagine it. If you hadn't seen him wearing a strapping and we weren't aware of the narrative, I'm not sure that you would have noticed much different in the Djokovic matches.
I'm not buying into the narrative that he was hampered in the second set against Kouakou.
Really? Okay, fair enough.
I just think he held serve, a few times, and then yeah. But there were some moments in the third set against Dimitrov that were kind of scary looking from the perspective of a Djokovic fan. Paviji was freaking out.
Dr. Pavi G. Dr. G.
Yeah, his physio was probably also watching very closely in order to give him the very accurate diagnosis.
30 love here on the Holger Rune serve. He'll be desperate to have a comfortable save of serve, and therefore can have a big go on the Rublev serve. It's 40 love now, so it is heading in that direction. He does, Ghosty. I'm not doubting that. By the way, just quickly regarding the Runa prediction here. Well, it's certainly severely in doubt compared to where it was at the beginning. He may well have to do it in 5. So yeah, doubts on Holger Rune. But I do think that I do think that it is a genuine injury. I'm not saying that he would invent it, because I think if anything, it can disrupt yourself and help you lose focus as well over the tournament as a whole. I'm not saying that players don't use tweaks and injuries mid-match, especially if they need a 15-minute break, if you like, to reset, if you like, if they've just lost a set. I don't doubt that, but I'm just talking about mid-points and during matches. He's dropped 1 set en route to the 4th round, and the matches that I've seen him play and the points that I've seen him play, the moments where he's struggled have been after the point is finished. You know, it's after the set point that he had against Dimitrov, where he sort of falls to the ground and takes a break. It's in that moment, but it's not during the point. During the point, he looks 100% fine. I've heard suggestions that he's not as the velocity is down. I've not seen any stats to back that up, and until I do so, I'm going to be very skeptical about that. But I'm not skeptical about the injury. I do think it's a genuine thing, but I don't know if it's going to hold him up and prevent him from winning the Australian Open. We'll see. Okay, anyway, what's going to prevent Andrey Rublev holding serve here? Can Holger Rune do it? Not with a forehand like that. It's 5-3 Andrey Rublev and 15 love. Yes, Ghosty. He's not just in the camp. I think he's in the camp. He's in the box. He's in the household. He's in the country. He's in the capital. He's in the bed with Novak Djokovic. Rublev, 30 love.
I think there was. I'm trying to find it, but I think there was a moment when someone asked Djokovic about Paviji, and Paviji claimed that Djokovic for sure knows who he is, and Djokovic just said that he doesn't know him. But anyway, I can't find it now. And Rublev
I think
holds indeed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does 6-3. I think it's kind of a mixture. He probably doesn't know his name. Like if he's asked randomly, he probably says he doesn't know. But conversely, they have had selfies together, and I know there's pictures, for example.
I mean, Djokovic has had selfies with
I know,
millions of people.
But I want to flesh this out, Damien, in that there have been moments where there have been exchanges on Twitter between Yelena and Novak. By the way, first serve in dips to 55% in that set, so that's kind of adding to what I was trying to highlight earlier. Set 3 now. We are racing through these sets, by the way, so even if it does go 5, I should comfortably be able to arrive at work on time. I'm going to post these stats as well, and then bring them up on the screen for you, so that way we can all see them. Yeah. But anyway, I mean, it's very difficult. But I have seen him hang out, if not hang out, but have exchanges with Yelena, and also there's a big picture of all of them at Wimbledon together. But yeah, I think he's more familiar with a super fan called Julie, who he has hung out with and even played a bit of tennis with, and even mentioned her in an on-court interview recently. So Julie seems to be the one that he's more familiar with than Pavi G. Big problems here for Holger Rune, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not looking great. He's not looking like a world beater today. Not a world beater as of for this event. I mean, which is surprising because for the first 3 rounds he was really free flowing. Of course, the opposition was different, but still, it's not quite that level. And yeah, he is not looking like a guy who will beat Novak Djokovic. Let me tell you that. I don't know if Andrey Rublev is, but 3 winners and 15 unforced errors in that set.
Yeah, I don't completely buy into the narrative, by the way, that Novak fans are any more lacking in impartiality than Rafa fans. I have come across both by the bucketful, both building a narrative that suits the narrative that they subscribe to and support their fan. I find them equally tiresome in that you know, the clay court one-dimensional situation with the surface regarding Rafa, that of course comes from Novak fans. And the other way around, I also see narratives built from Rafa fans, looking at how, you know, how many slams he's played and so on. Stats that are just built purely to support the person who they want to win more Grand Slams. By the way, we've got 21 people now joining us. So make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and send in a super chat, because you never know how much longer you might have the opportunity to do so, because we're covering this match to the end, but it could be done in half an hour, given how quickly each set has been done before. Someone here asking who will win. Well, the scoreboard would suggest Andrey Rublev. But I think the win predictor, by the way, is about 84% towards Rublev, which I think is a bit skewed. I'd probably say it's 70-30. But Runa's going to have to wake up pretty soon.
You know,
Hit
he
the
needs
like,
to
hit
win.
the
He
like
needs
button
to
as
win
well.
both sets from here. So
Yeah.
for it to be 70-30, you'd basically have to give him a better chance, I think, than Rublev to have win each set.
Yeah, I do, and I think that's because I thought Holger Rune would win, and therefore, if I go back to the reset moment, you know, you would therefore still continue. Holger Rune plays one set against Andrey Rublev. I believe Holger Rune is more likely to win that set, even if it's 55-45 or 60-40 or whatever. However, bearing in mind what we've seen, but even more significantly than that, bearing in mind the scoreboard very much in favor of Andrey Rublev, that's why I'm putting it at 70-30. I'm fusing those two thought processes together. Who will win? Yeah, well, I think we've just kind of answered that. By the way, if you are tuning in on Facebook, make sure you hit the like and continue to comment, because we'll try and address all your questions. Yeah, by the way, Ghosty there suggesting that Runa looks weak now. Listen, there were moments of sensational moments, in my opinion, from the racket of Holger, but they've been too few and far between. But once again, I think it's the serve as well. 55% and 48% in the two sets that he's lost is just not good enough, I think, if other parts of your game are misfiring anyway.
Yeah, and we're also not certain what it even means. You know, what's the methodology?
Yeah.
So
I think
can't
it's
really
just some
help you there.
dude. It's just some dude in a box going, you know what, let's go with this.
No, even at some other slams, there was this Wilson power rankings, I think, or something like that, which an algorithm counted how strong you are compared to the rest of the field, basically. And there were some ridiculous stuff as well. There was some ridiculous stuff as well going on there.
Love 15 on the Holger Rune serve, so not the ideal start. And Rublev was pushing him from side to side there, and in the end, Rune just couldn't make it. There was a second serve, I think, as well. So, you know, there we go.
He can make this forehand, though.
Indeed, he can. First serve in, relatively easily forehand, although he did put it away nicely.
Yeah, that's the one I meant. I'm again a little bit up front.
You are, but actually, I was commentating on that point even then, 5 or 10 seconds behind. So I don't think you are in front of me, but not as far as perhaps that appeared. Wow, that first serve went in super low into the net. Second serve, Holger Rune, and he goes to the backhand of Andrey. Oh, that's a disappointing forehand there from Rune, and it's 15-30. I think additionally, Ghosty, it's also about a feeling of conviction that human beings all love, which is to be right. at some point or another, these people have chosen to support one player or other, perhaps based on nationality, but quite possibly on other factors as well. And then once you back your man, you then look for every single possible thing that supports your theory that your person is better than the other. You want to be right. And you build narratives that follow that. And then you build an investment as well in that player that when you're watching, you end up finding yourself caught up in a web of excitement, if you like, that needs to be supported by all of the aforementioned stuff. And then before you know it, social media comes along and that just adds to the anxiety. And wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And you've got yourself in a big social media fight. Okay, 30 all here. Holger Rune, double faults. Double faults, 30-40.
This match might have to finish in 4 sets for me to
Stay
alive.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I can sail on through the 5th set should it go that far.
Jesus,
But
yeah.
by the way, if you need to go now, even I'm okay to keep going. I'm wide awake.
I'll try, but I still don't want to miss it, right? So
saves the break point. No, I know you don't want to miss it, and that's the main thing that's keeping you awake. I'm aware of that, and I understand. By the way, some confirmation bias there mentioned from Ghosty. Yeah, indeed, that's very much at play, just like it is with the flat earthers, funny enough, which brings us full circle. Is Runa collapsing? Well, he's just saved that break point. We'll see. I think he's okay mentally. I mean, he certainly showed himself to be a mental giant before, but this is a different level in terms of slams. We see how Taylor Fritz performs away from slams and then in slams, for example. But there needs to be a few years of narrative for us to start talking about that with Holger Rune. He's still very much at the beginning of his career. That's a good forehand, brings up advantage. Pretty confident now we will have this wrapped up before 9:30, even if we do go to 5, because each set is just over half an hour pretty much. And therefore, we should be comfortably done by 9 o'clock, really, no matter what happens in these 2 sets. Okay. Runa had a chance there because I think Rublev made us an error in terms of shot selection. So it's back to deuce. I'll bring up the score. What's going on in the other match, by the way? They're on serve in the 3rd set. So Shelton and Wolf is nip and tuck. Getting a bit chilly, Damien? Getting a bit chilly?
Yeah.
You're not in sunny Bonn anymore. Rublev goes long with the forehand there. It was almost a half volley because Runa had hit his previous shot so deep. So it wasn't the easiest of shots for Rublev. And therefore, it's game point, Holger Rune.
Yeah, Runa is also taking everything very early this game. Perhaps he does want to feel the need to start rushing Rublev a little bit more, change something.
Oh! Did you see that attempt at a smash?
Oh, yeah.
From Holger Rune there. That was wild. So it's deuce. Ghosty here is talking about an elevator chat that I'm not familiar with, actually, between David Law from the Tennis Podcast and Federer. It's odd to think of a young Roger who didn't think he'd ever win the big ones. So I'm guessing at some point a teenage Federer was chatting to David Law in an elevator, aka a lift, as we call it in British English. And he's obviously referring to the fact that Federer probably didn't have a lot of self-belief in his ability to win, well, any big titles, never mind 20 Grand Slams. But I'm not familiar with that story, but it's interesting. I'm a fan of the Tennis Podcast by and large. I know that Damien is a bit more skeptical. Indeed. I wouldn't be surprised at least one of those two never wins a slam. Runa double faults at game point. That's 2 double faults, I believe, in this game alone. They're now at deuce number 4. And I'm going to reiterate the point. I'd apologize if I'm sounding like a broken record, but he needs to be getting his first serves in. He also needs to get his second serves in, by the way. Yeah, Damien is not on the Ghost the tennis podcast train as much as I am. I'm a huge fan of Matt in particular. Uh, I think they all bring something to the tennis table in a way. Oh, what's going to happen at this point? It's an easy pass for Andrey Rublev. Runa was just nowhere near good enough. I'm not saying it was the wrong decision to come into the net, but the forehand that led to it was just nowhere near good enough to warrant an approach, if you like. And it was just the easiest pass you'll see probably on the tour. Less than two, oh, they just clicked over to 2 hours. The sunshine seems to be
Yeah,
beating down, at least in terms of the heat haze.
this approach was a little bit better though.
Yes.
So
Well,
Runa
it was a good
saved it.
forehand.
Yeah, the reason why I am skeptical, by the way, I mean skeptical. It's just totally not for me, and I dislike the focus on basically only the top players. I consider all these people, well, I don't consider them authorities in any shape or form. I don't have any respect for them.
Okay,
I also haven't listened to like barely anything from, so
yeah,
you know
I get that.
I,
I will, it's not counter. I will add, though, that Matt, for example, was on the Alcaraz train before many people who don't watch a lot of tennis lower down. In other words, two, three, maybe, no, maybe more. Maybe when Alcaraz was as young as 14 or something like that.
then
I think he
on
said he
what
saw him. He said he saw him play in Barcelona and was like, "Boy, oh boy, this guy is going to be huge." And
Barcelona as in the ATP 500 event?
no, no,
Okay,
no, playing in
that would
Barcelona
have
at
been,
some
yeah.
level, junior tennis. No,
Okay,
no, I think that's too late to call yourself a.
yeah, of
Um,
course. That's why I was. No, it's not. I'm not talking about being UK centric. Yeah, I don't have any respect for them. Yeah, maybe if I met them, if I maybe listened more, I would. But it's just totally not for me. Um,
that's probably
I
a fair
suppose
way of putting
I
it.
suppose I suppose they're good at what they are probably. Although in some cases I think they're on Twitter it pisses me off sometimes when they're
Yeah,
using their platform to um yeah basically not give any respect to lower ranked players.
yeah.
They all have some other tennis podcasts you can recommend. I'm open to whatever you all think is credible. Personally, I don't listen to anything.
What about talking tennis, Ghosty? That's the one I would recommend. No, but seriously, I listen. Just one more thing on that. I think you should highlight the tweet that, in particular, you're referring to from the French Open last year. I think it was, wasn't it?
With Ramos Vinolas.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, that's a long story, but I can try. I don't know. Maybe it
Try and
will
make it
keep
as
me
brief as
awake.
possible.
Maybe it will keep me awake. There was this match between Alcaraz and Ramos Vinolas, Roland Garros round two, the one where Carlos saved the match point. And during the slams, the talking tennis, the tennis podcast account is sort of done by someone else, whom they just invite for the slams. And basically, the tweet was something like. Albert Ramos Vinolas, like this no, I cannot. I'm too tired.
I mean,
This was a very
basically,
complicated story. Yeah.
okay, it is complicated, but I can make it pretty brief. They
Okay.
just didn't know who he was, and they just said, "What was this?
I
Nobody?" I
mean,
would say.
something like yeah, Albert Ramos Vinolas, but does anyone really know any Albert Ramos Vinolas
Does
match
anyone
or
know who
something
he
like that?
is?
Does anyone remember? And then there was also in that tweet included that I'm pretty sure he beat Federer once, Wawrinka definitely. He's never defeated Wawrinka. And these are things you can check in like 30 seconds, and you shouldn't be, if you have such a big platform, you shouldn't be putting stuff like that out there. And they basically made it seem like Ramos Vinolas was some random tennis player that is playing Alcaraz. Um, it is, 20-year-old. It's actually like a bit of an older, like a 30-year-old. I think she's a woman. She's more interested in the WTA stuff, which you can really see in these tweets. And yeah, sometimes just what they're doing with their platform, it just kind of pisses me off, and that's why I don't have any respect for them. Maybe was a little too much. I just don't know them. Let's say that.
If you, by the way, just regarding whether we're in podcast form, I'm just posting some links in the live chat to our podcast. What I do, Ghosty, and anyone else who cares, which maybe no one, is that when watch-alongs, I don't, because it's just dumb to translate that into a podcast, because who's going to listen to us in audio form? Very few people want to watch us in visual form, never mind audio form, talking about this match for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. But yeah, please subscribe to us wherever you get your podcast from, Ghosty, and anyone else who does care, because all subscriptions matter, whether you get us via Apple or whether you get us via Amazon or Spotify or even just listen to us via the website. But subscribe to us if you can, and give us a review. I think I've got 2 reviews on right now, which is one is from a friend and one is from me, both of which are 5 stars, of course. Anyway, one game all here, Rublev, Runa, very much on serve. But yeah, give us a listen via that. But what I do is when I do episodes that I think do translate to a podcast pretty well, unless I forget, I do upload them into podcast form. Generally, it might be like tournament reviews, daily reviews, such as I do for the slams as well, albeit I skipped a day today because I was sleeping. But yeah, basically ones that work in podcast form. So Ghosty, you will have been mentioned in our podcast, of course, because you're mentioned on the YouTube channel. And yeah, they do translate into podcast form. But like I say, it's basically anything that's not a watch along, particularly interviews. I'll put on there as well. I think they're all pretty much uploaded to that form. So yeah, you can give us a listen. But there are other podcasts out there that I think are worthy of a listen, as well as us, and completely biased, of course, regarding talking tennis, but also the tennis podcast. Yes. Oh, just quickly on the tennis podcast, they did an excellent one a couple of years ago on the Yana Novotna story. I thought that was arguably the best podcast they've done. They did one on the 2017 Australian Open. If you like, that's a poor backhand slice from Holger Rune. By the way, how do you rate the Holger Rune backhand or slice? Is that an element of his game that he needs to improve? Because that was a pretty poor one.
I don't think it's like a thing.
No, I don't think
it's not the shot he goes for usually. Yeah. You don't really need that, right? Like instantly. That's probably not something that he needs to focus on in like the next 10 days or something. I think it's fine as it is.
Cool. 40-15 Holger Rune.
Yeah, I think if we indeed get to a 5th set, I think I'll turn off.
Yeah, no problem. By the way, feel free to just depart.
No, that's fine. I will still watch. I just will lie down.
Yes, I understand.
But that's if we get to a 5th set. I'm gonna try to stay here until the whoa. We have a tweener from a frontal tweener from Holger Rune, but that does not bring him the point. Yeah.
Trying to mix things up a bit there.
It's quite a choice there, yeah. I guess maybe he didn't have any other option, but
yeah, but Ghosty, I think we're suggesting that it's not an issue, just happened to be an aberration, if you like. But he's fortunate there that Rublev is gifted in that service game with a poor return, because it wasn't a great serve from Holger. What's going on here? Medical timeout sorry, it's not the medical timeout, wrong expression. I get those confused. Holger Rune is receiving some treatment, but it might be exhaustion. It might be a headache. Just looking at his facial expression here, we'll find out in a second. But he's doing that kind of thing, which suggests it's that is the ailment. Let's see if he gets any treatment to his body, if you like, his legs in particular. But it might just be heat. It might be it looks he's getting some breathing. Yes, it does seem to be all of the above, if you like. They're going to probably check his heart rate. So in a way, I'm less concerned by these kind of timeouts rather than a potential pulled muscle. That they're going to do the old checking of the heart rate there. Let's see if I can get a picture of this and then post it on Twitter. And more significantly, so you can see what I'm talking about on the channel. Are you concerned about Holger Rune in terms of this medical timeout?
Yeah, physical issues, of course, have been a part of his career. Pretty much,
True.
not maybe not injuries, but getting cramps, although this match has been very, very short. He does appear unwell though. In the past few games, he definitely has appeared unwell. So
Okay, let's tweet it out there. So we'll see. He's 2-1 on the scoreboard, so at least that's some good news for him, bearing in mind how the last set went. Yeah, I sometimes listen to that too, but he doesn't post them very often. But yeah, I like Tumani Carriol, who he has on there from time to time. There's the Popcorn Tennis Podcast, but I'm probably more of a fan of Tennis and Bagels, which is pretty much the same group. I don't know why they decided to do a second podcast, which is basically the same as the first, with a different name. But it's pretty much the same group of people. But those ones are definitely ones to check out. The Popcorn Tennis Podcast, I think it's called, and Tennis and Bagels, I think is the other one that's called. Oh. So this is the medical issue of him getting some treatment there.
yeah, and we also have another tiebreak in Shelton Wolf, and Ben started the tiebreaker with a mini break, so he is 2-1 up currently, so it's still early days. So, well, that's a fantastic return from Holger Rune. So maybe
Indeed,
he can get something going. Definitely still seems very, very determined to try to have a fight there. Of course, that would be quite stupid not to. But Shelton misses a forehand and it's 2-all, and that's in the tiebreak.
and it was 30-15 on the Rublev serve here.
Yeah, very, very passive here and then this rally, and that's probably not going to work, especially given his apparent breathing issues, or I don't know how to interpret them.
$40-15 now on the Rublev serve. I don't know if Rublev goes through. I just can't see anyone defying Novak Djokovic. Maybe Tsitsipas in the final, but given their head-to-head, just don't see it somehow.
Tsitsipas plays like yesterday. He has no chance with Djokovic.
Oh God, yeah. I think even Tsitsipas can bring his A+ game, and still, if Novak's anywhere near his best, doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, just mentioning there about Runa and 5 setters. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
What's the question?
about this is kind of what I was worried about. This is from Ghosty regarding Runa. How many 5-setters has he ever done in his career? It can't be that many.
He lost one to Kwon at the Australian Open last year. At the French, I don't think he played any. At the US Open, I don't know. I just remember the one to Kwon. I'll check it quickly.
Yeah, do that. 2 games all and a double fault to begin this service game from Holger Rune means it's love 15 on the Danes
I mean,
serve.
Ghosty, he went with Djokovic to toe to toe for over 3 hours in the Paris final.
And he
Yeah,
went toe to toe for a couple of sets in New York a couple of years ago.
yeah, but it was just 2 sets. But what I mean is that he's played way longer matches in the best of 3 format
Okay. Than you guys.
than this, right?
Yeah, right, because they're only
So
2.25 hours in here.
yeah, this has been very very fast paced. Yeah, the French he did not play any indeed at Wimbledon. Yeah, and at the U.S. Open not really. Yeah. The only the one against Kwon.
Okay, and he lost that one against Kwon.
Yeah, but that was still in the cramping era. He was he was cramping in the 5th set there.
Ooh.
Even before the French, he was cramping hard in Lyon in his matches, and then he basically won everything in 3 or 4 at the French until he got to that route quarterfinal. So that cramping era really wasn't that far, that long ago. Not much long ago.
Bit of alliteration there from Ghosty there with Rafa, clearly the king of clay. Runa holds, by the way, so it's 40. So it's 3 games to 2. Do we therefore dub? I think we already do dub Joker as the hero of hard. By the way, sorry, what's going on with Shelton and
Yeah,
Wolf?
Wolf has 2 set points actually, and the first one will be on his serve, so that's the crucial one, like we had last time. Like last time, the crucial serve set point was the second one for Shelton in the for him in the for Wolf in the first set tiebreak. Now it's the first one that's on his serve, but it's a second serve. But Shelton is in the point though. But not anymore. He misses. I think I would even count that as an unforced error. Dumps it the forehand into the around the middle of the net, and Wolf is 2-1 up after winning a couple of tiebreaks.
And Rublev is returning to the court 2-3. Am I right in that this set is actually 29 minutes old? So it's almost as old as some of the other sets we've had. Could be because of that medical treatment that Runa received. I don't know if that adds to the time or if he has to get that done in 90 seconds. I'm not sure. But yeah, we're basically at half an
No,
hour.
I mean they were
Exactly.
sort of diagnosing his issue, right?
Yeah, right. So we're actually at almost the same length of time as many of these other sets have been. Runa comes into the net. He's got a smash and he does it. Puts it away. Love 15. Backhand return from Runa. He's going for it on this one. Oh, that's a good shot from Rublev, though. It should be enough to win in the point. It is 15 all. Keep an eye on Runa in terms of his physical ailment because he may be ailing like Damien,
Yeah.
albeit for very different reasons. 15 all. Andrey Rublev to serve. I think it's a second serve. I was actually had my head down right then. So, and Runa comes in again to try and attack it. See if that tactic works. It does for that point at the very least. It's 15-30. Good return.
And that's another good return, but he goes for a little too much on the forehand down the line. And it clips the net, but it doesn't go through.
30 all.
17 forehand and first errors from Rune, 9 from Rublev on our screens. Ooh.
Oh, double fault, Andrey Rublev. Now I know why you went, ooh.
Yeah, don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, no
It's hard to, if it was like easily fixable that I only set the timer right once, that would be good, but it's not.
Yeah, but then of course when you depart and then return.
Yeah, when I do anything like read a chat message, whatever.
Yeah. And he's broken.
Yep.
He's broken. So that's a big change compared to where we were a few minutes ago with him off, getting some treatment courtside. What is the average duration for a 5-setter? Off the top of my head, 3:45.
So you're saying that each set is then how long? 40 minutes and 49 minutes. Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely not under 3 hours. And here, if not for that break, we were like almost.
When it goes 5+ hours as well, we're kind of like, wow, that was a long one. Even if it's 5 sets, even if it's a deciding set tiebreaker, and it's like they've been on court 5 hours, it's like, wow.
It's pretty common to go for 4 hours, but for 5,
five.
Yeah. No, yeah, I know. I just said that it's pretty common to go for 4 hours, but not for 5. Yeah. And then pretty common to go for 4, but not for 3. If it's 3, it's probably very quick. There was this Hurkacz Korda 5-setter just yesterday. That was, I think, 3 hours 20 minutes or something like that, and everyone was calling it very fast as well.
3 hours 20.
Actually, it went up to 3 hours 30, but that's only because the last set took an hour. But before that, they were pretty much going for similar durations as Rune Rublev. Although the sets were also even more lopsided in some cases. So. I don't understand your math. I mean, Andy just did 2 5+ hour 5-setters. Has Rune done anything like that? No, definitely not. Of course not.
I mean, basically, the maths is that I think this is the question he's referring to is that they just don't tend to go 5 hours, and they do tend to go over 3.5.
Even the one against Kwon that he had the Australian Open, I think it was pretty short, like 3 hour 30, something like that as well. Yeah. But yeah, then again, he had cramping issues in this one, and the cramping issues pretty much disappeared for him like in the spring last summer. No, actually, he still had them before the French Open, but I can't really remember him cramping after the French Open. Nothing comes to mind off the top of my head, but maybe there was like one occasion or something. But yeah, basically since the spring, cramping hasn't been an issue. He also started working last year with a full-time fitness coach, like the full-time physio, who just are part of the team, drive around with him to tournaments. So yeah, eventually that gave good results, and since then he hasn't been struggling physically, and this has been shorter than his Paris final with Djokovic, right? So
yeah.
And in Paris, he was also what a streak it was, right? because he was coming off a final in Stockholm, and he was coming off a final in Basel, right? And it was all
Yeah,
consecutive
he lost to
weeks, I
Felix in
think.
Basel, didn't he?
Or maybe Stockholm was
Stockholm, he won against Tsitsipas.
yes, but was there a week of break between Stockholm and Basel or
I
not?
don't
That
think
is,
so, off the top of my head. By the way, they're getting the trophies out. Maybe they found Arena and Novak, so they're just going to give them to him now a week early. Press room walk. I don't know quite why we're watching these two holding the trophies. And quite why they're manoeuvring them around. Should just leave them in the same place, I'd have thought. But there we
yeah,
go.
no break. So basically, he was he won Stockholm, then was the final runner up in Basel, won Paris. So much tennis in such a short amount of time. So he had some, you know,
He then took
ignore
off. He then took off basically 2 months. Really, I don't think he was injured at all.
ignore the question. Yeah, I didn't see the message. I now see it. Linetti is gonna win it. That would be quite something, right?
I think he's got a bit of tongue in cheek there, Ghosty. If I may interpret it thus.
No, I think he's fully serious.
2-5. Andrey Rublev to serve.
No.
And it's 15 love. Ghosty says we looks like we're going 5. So Damien may will have to rest up for the 5th set.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, so,
I will still watch. I
yeah,
just
sure.
don't think I can stay, in
No
a
worries.
position that is appropriate for streaming. I guess that also means that I am not going to be watching Roberto Bautista Agut play Tommy Paul, but I will somehow get over that loss. The worst thing is I cannot even get like a good sleep because I need to get my car to a repair shop later. So yeah, it's just gonna be like 2 hours again. Hopefully after Runa Rublev finish.
Today's day 8, yeah?
Yes, the last day of round 4, and it's been 2 days around. Shelton has 2 breakpoints to start things off in the third set, in the fourth set, in the third game of the fourth set against Wolf. But he already wasted one of them.
.30 all, so 2 points away from winning this set. .40-30, looks like he's going to hold. .3-5, Holger Rune serving for this 4th set. So let's see if I'm just trying to make a video right now. Do you see Rune? So if Rune wins this game, where are we at? 50-50 again?
I think so, right? It doesn't seem like the physical issues are much of a concern. So I think we are. No,
Double
I
fault.
was just reading some tweet about the Australian Open scheduling. People basically were complaining that Djokovic plays everything at night, and that getting the day sessions ruined Rune's something, ruined his health or something like that.
Okay.
Sounds like a little much, but I mean he literally won all his matches in straight sets, so.
30-15, Holger Rune. Sabalenka, of course, winning early today. The reason I'm saying that is I'm just making a short video. Sabalenka, I need to spell that correctly. And it's 30 all, so Rublev asking a question or two of Holger Rune. He's making him work for it at least a little bit. 30 all, as we look at Holger Rune's mother, I think that is in the crowd that we're seeing there. 2 points away from winning this, but it's not comfortable. Just trying to make a video here, Damien, which is why I'm not talking much.
Yeah, no worries. Wolf is held there, so still, well, it will be Shelton facing the scoreboard pressure in set 4 if they keep holding until an opportunity like that arises. Anyway, there's a set point for Holger Rune, who hits a pretty weak serve at the body, sort of, but yeah, Rublev survived it, and then eventually took control over the point with a great forehand and forces an error of Rune's backhand. So deuce, yeah. I mean, Rublev has a little more options to win points, it feels like, in this match. Rune really needs some help right now. Just an error from the Russian or some good point set up by the serve. Of course, the latter is probably not happening, given it's going to be a second. Ooh. Oh, wow. Rune just basically set up the point for himself with the plus on forehand and messed up a volley. It still landed in. Yeah, it still landed in, but
I know,
Rublev just got a clean opportunity to pass. It's surprising he wanted something like that, because apparently there's no luck in net courts. Jesus. Rune, finish that set, please. Oh,
break point, Andrey Rublev.
it's not an ace. I was pretty sure that Rune just hit an ace down the tee, but apparently not. So there's a second serve again, and he double faults.
Oh, so that's 5-4, right?
Yeah.
Back on serve.
Yeah, this
Sorry,
set has
Damien.
been much longer than the previous ones, that's for sure. Kyrgyz just posted a pic of himself in a hospital gurney. I guess he had knee surgery. Yeah, that's I believe that's what he did. I read about it a couple days back. Let me maybe see. Something shares gruesome photo.
Lynette beating Garcia earlier in straight sets. Some may describe it as a surprise or a shock. Damien was less surprised.
Which Garcia Linette?
Yeah.
I'm just never surprised by Linette, I suppose. I thought you were talking about Rybakina Świątek at first.
No. That was anyone who predicted Rybakina to win that, or Swiatek, I would say. That was nip and tuck. I actually did go for Rybakina. I mean, I didn't have a going this far in the tournament, so I'm not trying to sound clever after the event. But prior to the match, I went for Rybakina just because I thought she was so impressive against Collins. Added to the fact that I didn't think Swiatek had really been tested thus far, but she was tested before and obviously didn't come through it so well at the United Cup. So that combination made me go for Rybakina. But you get these wrong sometimes. But fortunately, on this occasion, I got it right.
Yeah, Rublev is gonna serve. It's a second serve, and he took the same ball, which is interesting.
There you go. Is he going to win the point? Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, there was a mishit backhand from Rune, but it landed in.
Yeah,
but he's not gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna do much if he just allows Rublev to basically, walk and slap his forehand around.
Cilic has had some knee surgery. I wasn't aware of that.
Yes, he did.
Hit that like button, by the way, if you are joining us. If you haven't done so already, we do like likes both on Facebook and on YouTube or wherever you are getting this from. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new, and feel free to send in a super chat. I'll post it on the screen as long as it's not too offensive. Yeah, we need support from you. So please give Damien a few euros before he departs. He will be departing at the end of this set, maybe even before if it goes too long, because he's feeling extremely tired, and understandably so after the work he's put in over the last 8 days. In particular, we're at 15:30 now, so things are a little interesting here.
Yeah, good return this time from Rune, and he blasted at the Rublev backhand, which produces a shank.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Come on, break, and then I will watch the fifth set in bed. That's not gonna help him to break because Rublev just hit a very good serve out wide.
$30 all. Rublev serving at 30 all.
Yeah, Runa has been very, very passive, but this time it works out. Rublev doesn't quite do enough on the volley, and he gets a pretty easy pass. Although I wouldn't say that the initial passing shot attempt from Rune was anything special either. It was pretty fast at the middle though, so maybe that was what he was going for, trying to catch Rublev off guard. If so, it worked out. And there's a set point and a second serve. This match has been pretty ugly compared to what we were expecting it to be.
Yeah.
And let's see. Runa is on the defense, and Rublev has a forehand. Doesn't really do much with it either. He is playing kind of tentatively, but oh. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm just watching. He's got it. He's broken. And he's won the set.
That was awful. I mean, Runa played like a few, just ultra short balls that Rublev did not take advantage of them in the slightest. And then, of course, a poor smash at first, allowing Runa to get another, forced him to make another, and he just didn't. And he just missed it. Yeah, the quality here is definitely not what we were hoping for, and I guess I will go to bet indeed.
Do it.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Damien, for your.
Have fun talking about the fifth set. See ya, Ghosty. See ya. Any other guys who are on the chat? Dora, I see right now, and of course all the other ones who I think I've left. Dimitri, even, whom we didn't get to talk much. There was communication, but it was a little one-sided. Anyway, yeah. See ya.
Indeed. Damien, thanks very much for your efforts. Take care, rest well, and I'll be speaking to you very soon. Ghosty here, send me a super chat just to finish off.
Oh,
Thanks,
wow.
Ghosty, for that.
Thanks, Ghosty. Major Sorte, Boston, Port, when Yankee Wax. Thank you, Ghosty. Thank you. Glad that you're enjoying the streams. Take care. Likewise. See ya.
Take care, Damien. Bye-bye. If you want to be cool like Ghosty and send in a super chat, we would really appreciate it. It helps keep us going a little bit longer, keeps us awake a little bit longer as well. I'm going to post, by the way, some stats from the fourth set between Rublev and Runa on the screen. So we get those up for you so you can have a quick look to see how that set panned out. As it turned out, Senor Runa did not need to do better than 50% first serves in, despite the fact that I urged him to do so in that set. Didn't get any aces either, perhaps as a result, and double faulted 5 times. It's incredible that he managed to win that set. Probably because Senor Rublev only got 44% of his first serves in. So maybe that was the contributing factor behind that particular situation. So let me know what you think. By the way, we're into a fifth set. Who's winning this? Write in the live chat right now. Simply, if you think Rublev is winning, write Rublev. And if you think Runa is winning, write Runa. We are into a fifth set. Let me know what you think about that. I'm going to just very quickly post this very short video. We are back. Ghosty there, having some doubts about Runa and Rublev. But Runa, are you going for Runa or are you going for Rublev? Let us know. Looks like Rublev, by the way, is having a little moment to go off court to try and reset ahead of this fifth set. Boy, oh boy, I think it's really difficult to predict right now. I'm going for it to be 50-50, honestly. But it'll be lovely to hear from other people as well. Let me know in the live chat whether you think Runa or Rublev is going to take this now as we get towards 8 o'clock in the morning here in Germany. Let me know where you are tuning in from as well. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Yeah, please do so. We would really appreciate that. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And also, by the way, be cool. Be like Ghosty and give us a super chat to show your appreciation of our works here at Talking Tennis. Yes, Rublev is just off court, although it looks like he's going to be returning any second to try and win this fifth set. Could be crucial. Well, in fact, it will be crucial. It's going to be decisive. Ghosty, obviously, both of us were thinking the third set might be important. Rublev returns to the court. He looked pretty fresh, though, so I don't think he's going to have any physical issues. Runa, of course, who did seem to have 1 or 2 issues in that fourth set, but it wasn't enough to stop him from winning it. And we are now at 2 sets all. We're into a fifth set. Rublev, of course, I remember him winning in 5 sets against Shapo last year at the US Open. So he does have some form in 5-setters. Runa, of course, much less. Of course, I also remember Rublev losing to Cilic in 5 sets at the French Open last year. So perhaps his form less so. Okay, 6-3, 3-6, 6-3, 4-6. There's the stats. I'll take the stats off the screen because really the most important stat that really we need to focus on is the actual score as it stands going into this fifth set. It's 15-all at the beginning here on the Holger Rune serve. So let's get that up on the screen for you. And so I've become a bit smaller, and I'll take this off the screen. So I think, Ghosty, you're going for Rublev, and we are now at 15-all, as I say, after a winner there from Andrey Rublev, just clipping the baseline. Okay. As a stretch. Got 17 people on board now. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and come into the live chat and let me know, Rublev or Runa, Runa or Rublev, who is winning this match, and obviously therefore the fifth set. Runa goes down the tee with that serve, and Rublev dumps it into the net. So we are now at 30-15, and it soon becomes 40-15 for Holger Rune in this set here in the beginning. Rune desperate, of course, for a comfortable hold. He will be seeking that for sure. Let's do this as well with the scoreboard. So yeah, 40-15 for Holger Rune after a decent first serve, helping him set up a nice 1-2 that he rounded off on the forehand. Yeah, I'll go Rublev. I need my anxious ginger daddy. By the way, it must be getting pretty late, Ghosty, where you are. I'm guessing, is it 1 a.m. or just approaching 1 a.m.? Are you on what do you call that time zone? Is it Central time zone or something? Central, whatever. 40-15 Holger Rune. Can he win this point and therefore the first game of this deciding set? I'll also give you a score update shortly on Shelton against Wolf, because they are also playing their match today as well. And Holger Rune does indeed hold serve. So Shelton versus Wolf is 2-1 to the American. And you're going, well, of course it is to the American, John. There are two Americans in action. Well, the American that has the 2-1 lead is JJ Wolf, and they are on serve 3-4. Ben Shelton is serving. So very, very tight there, but it is JJ Wolf with a significant advantage at 2-1. 1 game to love here for Holger Rune as Rublev serves. Love 1, fifth set. Tiny advantage for Holger Rune. So if you predicted Holger Rune to win beforehand, like I did, you are looking tiny good. But I thought it would be much more comfortable for the Dane than it's turned out. I think I predicted him 4. Anyway, second serve for him to look at here. Very much the shade in action here. We are into a fifth set, and Rublev puts it wide. I'm getting Shapovalov, Rafa Nadal memories flooding back, because I think it was exactly the same moment last year when they went into a fifth set. And probably you may well argue that Shapovalov gifted that fifth set to Rafa Nadal. Perhaps I'm being harsh on Shapo. If either of these two players, in my opinion, is going to gift it to the other, it will be Andrey Rublev, but let's see how that pans out. Love 15 currently on his serve, second serve here. Backhand Holger Rune, backhand Andrey Rublev goes for the winner and goes long. Love 30. Hi, Janie. We've lost Damien, by the way, Janie. I'm sure he said goodbye to you, but he has had to rest up because he is super tired. Which one of these players is super tired? In my opinion, neither right now. They're both looking pretty fresh, and so they should be, because we haven't even reached the 3-hour mark, which isn't that long for a 5-setter, as I said before. Love 30, Holger Rune. Double fault, Andrey Rublev. Double fault, meaning love 40. We are at a crucial moment here at the beginning of the fifth set, and this is not the moment for Andrey Rublev's serve to fall apart. You passed out too, Janie. I'm hardly surprising, because, of course, it's almost 2 a.m. where you are. Oh, brings up an ace. 15:40. Am I right with your time zone, by the way? Oh, Paul, RBA has just started. That's nice, because that can also give me a brief break between games to talk about various matches that are going on. Yeah. Okay. Andrey Rublev. Yeah, I can see that's just started as well. Tommy Paul against RBA. Let me know in the live chat how you see that match going. Okay. Bit passive here from Holger Rune. Maybe he's waiting for the error from the opponent. Maybe that's the right tactic. Well, we'll see if he wins this point. Slicing there. Unusually passive. A slice again from Rune. Waiting for his opponent. Does he oblige? No, he doesn't. Good play, Andrey Rublev. And maybe Runa went big too late because he did go big at the end there, but didn't have much choice. RBA and Tommy Paul just starting, by the way. RBA serving first, and they are at deuce. And just a reminder of some scores that occurred earlier. Sabalenka threw in straight sets against Bencic. Very, very impressive, especially in the second set, 7-5, 6-2. Linette, by the way, shocking Garcia. I'm using the verb shock because I am surprised that she won that match. And Andrey Rublev saves the third break point, deuce, and he saves with an ace, much to the chagrin of his opponent, Holger Rune. Do you like the way I use the word chagrin there? Ghosty there and Jane, they're both suggesting maybe they were a bit crazy for being up so late, but maybe you might argue us two here at Talking Tennis, Damien barely sleeping for the last 10 days and me up at 2 in the morning to start my day, if you like. If I'm starting at 2 in the morning, I guess I'm on Middle East time in terms of my day, or maybe some other part of that region, or perhaps even other parts of Asia. Okay, and Andrey Rublev has held. That was huge. That was huge. Love 40 down, serving like an amateur, shall we say, at love 1 and love 40. Just like the beginning of the match, that first set, I think it was at 2 games all, and he was love 40 as well on the serve, and he managed to hold and ultimately win that set. Crucially, could potentially be. Was that a crucial hold? It certainly feels like it right now. Will it be a crucial hold come the end of the match? Only time will tell. Let me know in the live chat, by the way, who have you got winning this match? Who have you got winning it? Ghosty's gone for Rublev. Let me know in the live chat if you think Rublev or Runa are winning this. We've got a second serve from Holger Rune. Should be a 1-2, and it is. John, nice to see you with us now. Runa looks really confident. May well be. John, of course, is the father of Isabel, who is covering Tsitsipas against Jannik Sinner. Tsitsipas winning that in 5 sets. Big up for the Wing family, both for joining us in the live chat, but also for providing us with some nice commentary yesterday on that match. Rublev, let's go. Although I know you're a Runa fan, Ghosty, but I know you're predicting Rublev to see this out in 5. Hey, listen, I do wonder if that might well end up being decisive. Exactly the same thing happened in the first set. And Runa has had his chances today. Good return from Andrey Rublev there, by the way. Backhand, though, from Runa. Is he in charge of this point? He kind of was, but he's blown it. 15 all. 15 all in this third game. Let's have a quick look at some stats, by the way. Let's go to tennis, the tennis app, see what we've got in terms of breakpoints 1, because it does feel like Rublev does feel like Runa has missed a few chances in this, although he's now at 30-15 on his serve. So let's just have a quick look at breakpoints 1. And yeah, I wish that tennis didn't do that with breakpoints saved. Runa has converted 4, I believe, from 14. Runa, that's not overwhelmingly good. Runa breakpoints converted. I'll just put that in the live chat for you. 4 out of 14. Maybe that's the difference between the two today. But we will see. Holger Rune, whether you will pay the price, but you hold serve there fairly comfortably, so you now lead 2-1. John there as well suggesting that Runa looks pretty confident. Poor old Sinner. Well, listen, Jannik hasn't shown amazing form, in my opinion, since New York. He'll be back. And who knows, he seems to be picking up on the grass in terms of his ability, so maybe he'll be across all slams as a potential threat. But we will see. Runa kind of always looks confident, though, as you said, Ghosty there. Yeah, I know what you mean, John, in terms of serving first in the 5th set. That can be a big advantage. It does feel like the other player is under pressure. Let's have a quick look at some scores elsewhere. We've got, I think, 3 matches going on at the same time on the men's side, at least. as we speak. Obviously, Runa and Rublev here are into a fifth set with it on serve at the moment. This first game, by the way, between Bautista Agut and Paul is turning out to be pretty epic. It is advantage to the Spaniard, but it's already into the 9th minute. So that may well go 10 minutes. We'll see. And it's actually a break point for Tommy Paul as we speak, as it does go past the 10-minute mark. So that's a fairly epic first game, and wonder how decisive that might turn out. I've gone for Tommy Paul as a prediction in that, but it really is a tight one. I also went for Ben Shelton, but that prediction is not looking great against JJ Wolf, because he's 4-5 down in the 4th set. It is 15-all, but he's serving to stay in the match. Just like we said, in terms of serving first can be a disadvantage. Let's see if that turns out to be the case. Let's get some of those scores up for you on the screen that I'm talking about. There's some results from earlier, by the way. Djokovic, De Minaur still to come, but Bencic losing to Sabalenka in straight sets. Is that a surprise how comfortable that was? And Pliskova also winning in straight sets. But let's get some of the live scores up from the men's side at the moment. As I said to you, we've got 3 matches in play. That game is still going on between RBA and Tommy Paul at the beginning of that match. So Tommy Paul trying to break serve, and Shelton, who's got all the pressure on him, trying to serve to stay inside in the match there. He's 30-15 on his serve. Andrey Rublev is 15-30 down, though, on his serve in this game. Let's see if he can hold on, Andrey Rublev. So there's a bit of pressure on the Russian right now. Make sure you hit that like button if you've just joined us. John, we need some love on the channel. Make sure you hit the like button on YouTube, and you probably already have done so. But anyone else, subscribe to the channel if you are new. Someone who's not new is Ghosty, referring to the swagger of Holger Rune. 1-2, 15-30. This does feel like a pretty important moment. Backhand return. No, that's a second serve now for Holger Rune to look at. 15-30. Forehand return is gone long, so it's 30-all. 30-all. All on the Rublev serve. Fist pump there from Rublev, probably out of relief as much as anything else. It was an aggressive return from Holger Rune, but it wasn't good enough. Bencic basically fell apart. She was 4. Yeah, she was 4-2 up in the first set, I believe, Ghosty. I believe. Those words were coming from Damien. But yeah, 4-2 up in the first set to eventually lose that match would suggest a mini collapse from her against Sabalenka. Because, of course, if she's 4-2 up, she wins just 3 more games and loses 11. So, yeah, 11-3 from the final 14 games in that match would suggest a mini collapse. Rune comes into the net. Decent volley from him. Brings up break point as he gestures to the crowd with his ear and hand together. Holger Rune, break point. Of course, he had break points earlier in this set. Didn't take them. 3 of them, in fact, in the opening game, or the opening service game for Andrey Rublev. Yes, Rune does have another chance, as you suggest here, John. Oh, 30-40. Backhand return. Ow, he's won it. He's broken. He's broken. Holger Rune's broken. Is that the decisive moment? Is that the key point? Is that the thing? Is that going to decide this match? Maybe. Now he has 3 games to 1 lead, meaning 3 holds of serve. Ta-da, says John Wing. Indeed it does, John. Indeed it does. 3 games to 1. Ta-da. Well, once again, I can't pick an Australian Open match to save my life. Well, you may still well have picked it. Let's see. This set is far from done. How is Holger Rune's nerve? We remember how clutch he was in that match against Novak Djokovic in Paris-Bercy. Okay. Okay, 15 love. Love 15, sorry, on the serve right now. On the Holger Rune serve. So there's a bit of pressure already, but it's a good first serve there, bringing up 15-all. Ghosty is a fan of By the way, John there suggesting that maybe Rublev looks beaten, maybe he looks tired. Famous last words there, John. Let's see if that turns out to be the case. Ghosty, I think you probably predicted a win in this fifth set for Rublev because you thought win-win, isn't it? If Rublev wins, you've got the prediction right. If Runa wins, then you're a happy man because I believe you are on his side. John, by the way, I don't know if you've been watching the entire match. It was Runa who was struggling about an hour ago, having some treatment at the side of the court for what appeared to be some sort of nauseous situation, maybe a bit of tiredness, maybe a bit of issues with the weather. It is in the late 20s, but of course it can be a lot hotter than that in Melbourne. Nevertheless, it's still not cool, let's say. And the Scandinavian may be struggling with the weather more than some other players might. Listen, it's 30-15 on his serve now. 30-15 on the Holger Rune serve. 15 of you there joining us on YouTube, at least anyway. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new, as Rublev puts a backhand into the net, gifting, I would argue, Runa a 40-15 lead on his serve. Yeah, so Ghosty has a soft spot for Rublev. I tell you who won't be happy if Runa wins. Brian, aka Reza. He has a lot of sympathies towards Rublev. I know he's a fan. Check out an episode I did with Brian, by the way, a couple of months ago on Andrey Rublev on Let's Talk, the series that we have either on issues or players. Yeah, those, by the way, the Let's Talks are pretty much always uploaded to the podcast platform that we have, that we touched on earlier. And Holger Rune holds for a 4-1 lead. That feels like it's significant. 3 games now lead there, cushion. And therefore just 2 holds of serve necessary for Holger, or arguably just 1 break. A double break would almost feel like the final nail in the coffin, but we will see. John Wing, I'm in the Caribbean Sea, and I'm a full point ahead of you. Yeah, you may well be. I'm watching it via a stream. John, I guess you're doing the same, even though you're in the as a result in the Caribbean Sea. I don't know whether you can connect there. By the way, Djokovic there warming up. He's got the strapping on his leg, but as I said to you before, it didn't seem to be much of an issue for him in the previous rounds. Yeah. Just seeing a tweet there from Jack. What's all that about? He's talking about Rybakina and Swiatek, I think. Okay. Rybakina, of course, beating Swiatek a day or so ago. Okay, 4-1 here. Holger Rune leads. It's at the changeover. Actually, as it's at a changeover, I will just play a very, 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 very short video. Andrey Rublev at 30 love on his serve. Let's bring up a comment here from John. Rod Laver once said the only time he felt like he had a set won against Ken Rosewell was when he had 2 breaks. 2 breaks I was safe against Ken. 1 break I wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. You must feel a bit more confident. Of course, we all remember Sebi Korda, though, losing a 2-break advantage over Rafa Nadal at Indian Wells last year, so it's not impossible. But we will see. We will see. Okay, 40-15. So a 2-point advantage becomes gain for Andrey Rublev, so it's 4-2. Shelton Wolf going to another tiebreaker. We'll see if they go into a 5th or not. 4-2 now, Holger Rune. So he couldn't really get a glove on Rublev's serve there. Just making a quick video here. Fortitude, Holger Rune. A breakup in this fifth set. Will that break of serve that he got recently be decisive? 2 holes, and you're in the quarterfinals, my friend, where you'll play Alex de Minaur or Novak Djokovic. And it's a shanked return from Andrey Rublev, so it's 15 love. Oh, sorry, I haven't kept you up to date with Tommy Paul. Yes, I know they were in an epic beginning there to that match. And yes, he is up a break, 2 love. The first game there was epic, it seemed like, going well beyond 10 minutes. And Tommy Paul finally broke. I do apologize, but I've been pretty much on Rublev Runa, with the exception of trying to make a video for you all to conclude this match on. Listen, 4-2. Holger Rune leads, 30 love. Didn't get his first serve in there. I told you how decisive that has been at various points in this match. The Holger Rune not getting the first serve in, for me, had a big bearing on certainly the first 3 sets. Listen, here we go. Holger Rune, backhand there. 30 love up. An easy forehand. Does he put it away? No, he doesn't. Does he put the backhand away? Yes, he does. 40 love. Slightly tentative, slightly nervy forehand there, which I think he could have hit with a bit more velocity. But in the end, it didn't matter. He got a second bite of the cherry on the backhand side. Good defense, though, to be fair, from Andrey Rublev. 40 love. Frank, nice of you to join in with us on Facebook. Make sure you hit that like button. Tsitsipas probably, but I would love to see him play Runa, I guess. Oh, here we go. It's a question from Ghosty. Who do you think has a better chance, Rublev, Runa, or Tsitsipas? For me, if you're talking about beating Novak, it is Runa. If you're talking about winning the Australian Open, partly because Tsitsipas is already into the quarterfinals, and right now Runa's got to play Novak, I'll probably go with Tsitsipas over Runa. But overall, I'm still picking Novak to win the Australian Open for what would be a 10th time. Frank, make sure you give us a like on Facebook. Great that you're joining us from there. Frank Mikkelsen, I'm guessing you're Danish. Dare I ask? Dare I suggest? Hey, John said his bite of the cherry expression. Have I said that before? Have I, Ghosty? Do you use that expression in the US regarding opportunities, let's say? Yeah, Frank, make sure you give us a like and continue to comment, by the way. We enjoy getting comments on all sorts of platforms. And now Holger Rune is 1 game away from winning this match and therefore setting up a potential blockbuster with Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinal. Vekic, of course, through today in 3 sets. Going to make a little clip for you there. So it's 2-5 with Holger Rune serving. What a tricky name to spell. How are you with tennis spelling, by the way, ladies and gentlemen? I am pretty bad. I have to check it a million times over. I'm still trying to learn how to spell Felix's name. I'm talking about his surname. Good volley there from Rublev, by the way. 15 love on his serve as he's serving to stay in the match at 2-5. I think I've got all the... there were 4 women's matches today. Sabalenka and Linette winning, and Vekic and Pliskova winning. So the women's 4th round and therefore quarterfinals is complete. So we are now looking at the women's quarterfinals. A bit of a fortunate shot there from Rublev, 30-15. Who have you got winning the women's tournament? I have Sabalenka to win. She's still in it, en route, shall we say. Big win for her in straight sets over Bencic. Rublev, by the way, second serve. No, he's held. He's held. So it's 5-3. Holger Rune is serving for a place in the quarterfinals where he will play the winner of Novak Djokovic or Alex de Minaur. women's quarterfinals to come. Okay, 5-3. I'll take you through this. It's love 15. It's love 15. Runa there deciding to change his racket at love 15. Will that be decisive? Serving for the match. If I was Holger Rune right now, my heart would be bursting with anxiety, trying to put a place for himself in the quarterfinals for the first time in his career in a Grand Slam. Second serve as well. How's this one going to pan out? They're into a rally. Rublev goes big. It's probably enough for him to win the point. No, it's not. Now, oh no! Runa with a relatively easy passing shot. It's now love 30. It's love 30. Questions are being asked. Questions being asked here by Andrey Rublev. But to be fair, also Runa didn't help himself there. For me, he's got to be putting that passing shot away. It was set up nicely. I think he puts that away 9 times out of 10. But this is the Australian Open. This is the 4th round. He's love 30 down on his serve as he's serving for the match. Does he get the first serve in? Yes, he does. But he's gone a bit tentative there with a forehand slice. And he's gone long on the backhand side. It's love 40. This has to be anxiety, surely. Surely. Love 40, serving for the match. Oh, dearie me, Holger Rune. What's going on in this point? He's got it. It's broken. Rublev has gone. Runa's gone long. It's 5-4. Oh, boy. You had your chance. You had your chance. You didn't take it. It's now 5-4. Dearie me. Dearie, dearie me. Hi, Max. Max took a break since the beginning of the match in the first set. Damn it. Yeah. I don't necessarily think that the quality has been super high. But boy, oh boy. Should have done better. Oh, well. Here we are. And listen, he might well go and break here. Yeah, exactly, John. That can only be pressure, right? Can only be pressure. Too many errors there. I mean, it was either an error. Hi, Lexi. It was either an error. Make sure you hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Feel free to give us a super chat as well to help us keep going. Someone else who's got to keep going now is Holger Rune, though. Despite serving for the match there, basically losing it to love, a mixture of, I mean, a forehand slice from Holger Rune. How often does he do that? He had an excellent chance to pass, didn't take it. A couple of unforced errors, and here we are, back on serve. Ghosty, they're saying you're back on time, and absolutely here to see the conclusion of this match, one way or the other. Which way is it going? Let me know in the live chat. Who have you got winning now? Arguably, the momentum is with Rublev, but he's still got to hold serve, of course. Dearie me, dearie, dearie me. Okay, 4-5. Andrey Rublev to serve, goes down the tee. Not enough to win the point. It was a good first serve, but it's not enough to win the point just yet. Holger Rune, maybe now you can relax, Holger. Oh, but he puts a forehand into the net. Dearie, dearie me. Okay, Rublev, good first serve. It's enough to win the point, 30 love. No one as yet is in the quarterfinal of the Australian Open on the men's side. Why is that? Because Ben Shelton and JJ Wolf are into a 5th set. Ben Shelton, JJ Wolf, 5th set. Shelton wins the 4th set tiebreak, forcing a 5th set. RBA and Tommy Paul are just underway with Tommy Paul up a break, and Djokovic and Dimonor is still to come. Andrey Rublev, ace. Holger Rune, how are you feeling right now? You were serving for the match just a couple of minutes ago. 7 points in a row, Ghosty, of course. You're absolutely right. 7 points in a row for Andrey Rublev. Oh, Runa dumping an easy forehand into the net, meaning 8 points in a row. Deary, deary, deary me. It does feel like a Holger Rune collapse. Yes, indeed, 8 points in a row, meaning we've gone from Holger Rune serving for the match. He was 2 points away, I believe, as well, at 30 all on the Rublev serve. Could have that wrong. Maybe it wasn't, it was 15 all. But anyway, whatever. Most importantly, it's now 5 games all. Holger Rune, by the way, this is huge now. Imagine the anxiety he is feeling right now. He was leading 5-2, 3 games in a row, 8 points in a row. That was cool. That was cool from Holger Rune. Rune, you've got to get it back. Wobble that head and let's go again. 5 games all, 15 love. Listen, if you hold here, your opponent is serving once again to stay in the match. So think of it like that. That's the optimistic and positive way of looking at it. Those of you joining, by the way, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. 15 love. Down the tee. Goes long, 30 love. A little sort of shake of the fist there out of relief, I imagine, from Holger Rune on that occasion. Yes, lots of pressure, immense strain. Ghosty, how would you be under this? I've already mentioned how my heart would be bursting out, not with pride, but with anxiety. How would you feel in this situation? Okay, Holger Rune goes out wide with an ace. Nice one, Holger. Holger must be thinking, why couldn't I have served like this in the previous game? Well, pressure, that's probably why. Yeah, exactly, John. Exactly. Down the tee, forehand return is pretty decent, to be fair. Holger Rublev, good winner, backhand down the line. Still some anxiety there. Rublev's box looking cool, looking happier certainly than they were probably 20 or 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago even, when Rune was serving for the match. Okay, 40-15, Holger Rune. Where are you going with this serve? You're going down the tee. Should be a winner from him. It's not. But fortunately, Rublev goes into the net. And it's 40-15. Where's your money now? Where is your money now? Let me know in the live chat. Rune or Rublev? Rune or Rublev? Comment in the live chat. Make sure you hit the like button as well. And we are back with you once again. 6 games to 5, Holger Rune leads. That, in some ways, may look good for many of you just tuning in. May look good. He's a game to the advantage, and Rublev is serving to stay in the match. But if you've been following this, and you've been following us on Talking Tennis, you'll also know that he was serving for the match. Holger Rune was serving for the match. He was leading 5-2 as well at one point, and he couldn't take it. Rublev, by the way, first serve in there. He's got the first serve in, but what a great backhand return from Rune. Rune, 3 points away now. 3 points away. Have you noticed how excited I am now? John's saying he thinks that Rune will win now. Let's see. Yes, indeed. Indeed, he did. And it was 8 points in a row as well. I mean, it was a mini collapse from Rune, but he may recover here. Let's see what happens in this point. They're in the middle of a rally here. Rune goes for a moonball inexplicably. And a net cord, and it goes out. Love 30. Love 30, ladies and gentlemen. Love 30. Now is the time to hit that like button. Now is the time to subscribe to the channel if you're new, because we might not be here for much longer. I don't mean we're about to pass out or even pass away. Well, hopefully we'll be continuing. I just mean that we're not going to be here for much longer, because this game or this match could be at a conclusion, but it won't be if Andrey Rublev serves like that. 15-30. Doesn't look happy though, but that's because he's down on the scoreboard at 15-30. Okay, 15-30 down the tee. Second serve, though. Second serve. Okay. Backhand return for Holger Rune is pretty meaty. Forehand now to the backhand of Andrey Rublev, to the backhand of Holger Rune. Backhand exchanges right now. A slice from Holger Rune. Good slice. Now on the forehand. Oh, that was nervy from Holger Rune. Backhand Holger Rune. Backhand Andrey Rublev. Holger Rune's very, very nervous right now. Holger Rune is not striking the ball anywhere near as cleanly as he was, but he doesn't need to be because there's an unforced error from Andrey Rublev. He goes into the tram line. It's 2 match points for Holger Rune, 15-40. He's tentative. So was Rublev. And it was a Rublev unforced error, which means we are at 2 match points. Rublev. Runa. There you go. No words from me. Just noises. 15-40. Andrey Rublev. Where are you going with this? You're going out. Oh, a good first serve there. A good first serve, but really, Runa's got to be doing more with that. He's got to be at least getting it back in the court, and he doesn't. So it's 30-40. I don't know why. I just felt at 15-40. I thought Rune was going to do it. Now I'm not so sure. Now I think we might be heading to a tiebreak. Anyway, let's see. 30-40. Andrey Rublev. Where are you going to go? Down the tee. Good first serve. But you're made to work this time by Rune. Rune again. He's not hitting. Listen, Rune is nervous. Rune is nervous. He's not hitting that ball very cleanly. Again, on that occasion, he goes for a forehand slice and he hits it into the net. And his depth is not there. He's not getting the depth. Look at that slice. Forehand slice. He doesn't do forehand slices that often. And he feels like he's done more forehand slices in the last couple of games than he's done in his entire career. Rublev is probably feeding off that anxiety. And as a result, an ace. An ace. Andrey Rublev, 5 aces in this match. Holger Rune, 2. That's a stat you probably wouldn't be expecting. First serve, by the way, getting 74% in this final set. Goes down the tee, and it's another ace, and he holds. Let's go. 6 games all now. We are into a tie break, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new, and give us a super chat to try and contribute to the channel so we can keep going with the same level of enthusiasm that I have right now. Lexi there saying ho, ho, ho. And by the way, don't forget, as Daniel Collins did, don't forget, this is 10 points, ladies and gentlemen, not 7. The momentum now has to be with Rublev, and he's probably sensing the anxiety that Holger Rune is having. He had 2 match points. He was serving for the match. I'm telling you now, Rune is so tense. You can tell from the shots. And second serve now for okay. Let's get back to this match. Let's get in the moment, which is what Holger Rune needs to do. Second serve here. What are you going to do, Holger Rune? Forehand goes wide from Andrey Rublev. It was a decent second serve, but it was there to be attacked. Rublev more or less did attack it, I guess, which is why he went wide. Reset Holger Rune, because right now the momentum is with Rublev, despite it being 1-love. Some people praying, it looks like, in the crowd. I don't know if they're praying on behalf of Rune or Rublev, whether it will make a difference. I don't know. Let's go. Good first serve there from Andrey Rublev. Rune on the forehand. Rublev on the forehand. Now they're on the backhand each. There's some decent backhands from that's another decent backhand. Another forehand slice there from Holger Rune. Forehand. He's going a bit deeper that time. That's better. Goes big on the backhand. Not enough to win the point because Rublev makes him play it again. Ooh! That must have just gone wide. That time Rune was braver on that point. And that's what he has to be if he's going to win this match. He was braver and therefore he won the point. I know, Max. You and me both. And I'm sure the players are feeling it too. That's what you've got to be. You're going to have to be... Whoever is braver wins this match. Okay, mini break advantage, but a long, long way to go. Good first serve there. Decent return. Is it enough to win the point? Should be. Oh, that was a nervy forehand from Rune as well, but he gets away with it because Rublev is then back in the point there, has a great chance at a passing shot, but dumps it into the net, and not just into the net, into the base of the net. You didn't think we'd make a tiebreaker. I wasn't sure about Runa when he was serving for it, but I actually had a feeling he might break Rublev, especially at 15-40. Wasn't able to do so. 3-love now, Runa leads. He's got another advantage. Not quite as significant as it was when he was serving for the match at 5-3, but he's got another advantage now. 3-love in this tiebreaker. Gets a first serve in. That could be significant. You'd imagine that a 5-love lead may well be significant. Good defense, though, from Rublev, sorry. Good defense from Rublev. Ooh, he's just gone wide with that one, Rublev. It's now 4-love. 4-love he leads in the tiebreaker. Holger Rune. He's up again. Whoa, he says. Whoa. He's smiling. But there's a bit of relief there when these balls are going out, like that one did in the tram line. 4-love. I just think he probably needs 5-love to feel comfortable. Goes wide on the first serve. Wide on the first serve. Okay. This time, second serve. Clips the net, so it's going to be a second serve, but it was a let. That nearly was a double fault. Got to take a sip of water. Feels like a while since I did that. Second serve is in. Backhand. He's on the offensive here. Is he going to take advantage? No. Because... Oh, and Rublev goes long with that. Some unforced errors here from Rublev. I don't think he's nervous. He's just not executing well. So it is 5-love now. That's got to be huge, no? 5-love, double break advantage. Just get one of these 2 points from Rublev and you'd feel as though it's done. Mind you, we've probably thought that a couple of times already. Serving for the match, don't forget, at 5-3. 2 match points on the Rublev serve as well at 6-5. Okay, Rublev needs a couple of first serves. Gets an ace at the changeover, 5-1. What's that, 7 aces to 2 now? 7 aces to 2. Ghosty there saying sloppy. I'm pretty sure that's in reference to Rublev. Yeah, a bit. Because I think Runa's been there for the taking in this 5th set. Runa's been there for the taking. This is not done yet. It's obviously a great first 6 points, if you like, for Holger Rune. But this is not done yet. 5-1 or 1-5, I should say, on the Rublev serve. Gets another first serve in. 2 first serves, 1 an ace, 1 an unreturnable, and it's 5-2. Now Rune, once again, under a little bit of pressure. I do think that if it had gone to 6-1 with a huge advantage in terms of the breaks, but now he's asking questions again. 5-2, and that finish line feels a bit further away now for the Dane. Still got a double break advantage in terms of the mini breaks, but these are not normal circumstances. Clips the net, goes long, needs some first serves here. Let's see how nervy this second serve is, by the way. Let's just see. It gets it in. Good forehand return. Probably could have been better. Rublev is helping him. I'm going to leave that expression sloppy play on the board, even though that was probably from a few minutes ago regarding Rublev. Rublev there sloppy into the net, 6-2. If it was Runa's anxiety that let Rublev back in this match, in my opinion, when Rublev won 8 points in a row to break serve, to get it back on serve and then hold, it's probably a bit of sloppiness. I love that word, so I'm leaving it on the screen. It's Rublev sloppiness right now. 6-2, Holger Rune. Goes long on the first serve. He's not getting his first serves in right now. I guess the only way he's going to do that is if he takes off a bit of speed. But anyway, let's see how he goes on the second serve here. I feel a double fault coming. No, it gets it in. Forehand, Holger Rune. Good depth on these occasions. Not great depth there, though, which is why Rublev is certainly very much in this rally. Rublev goes big. He now comes into the net. He's not put it away. He's certainly not put it away, but Rune goes long. He's got one of the mini breaks back. 6-3 now, Holger Rune leads. 6-3, Holger Rune leads, but he's ceded some of the advantage he had. He ceded some of the advantage. 6-3, 1 mini break advantage, but it is 3 points. So listen, 2 holds here, 2 holds from Rublev. Is he the favorite if he holds twice here? What he hasn't done, though, unlike before, is he didn't get his first serve in there, Andrey Rublev. Second serve is attacked, and it's attacked well by Runa. 7-3, again with a 2 mini break advantage, and even possibly more significantly, he's just 3 points away from victory. 7-3. Indeed, John, because he's attacking that second serve, both in terms of position, but also the way he hits the ball. The thing is, though, Rublev is getting a lot of his first serves in, and he's just got an unreturnable there. It was almost an ace, so it's 7-4. Hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. John there, I noticed a few typos from you. Is that because you're feeling the anxiety as well? Hit that like button, people, whether you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube or elsewhere. 7-4, Holger Rune. 2 holes here will be massive for him to give him 5 match points. He cannot get a first serve in, though. Clips the net there, more than clips it, actually, and goes out. Ben Shelton, yeah, is in the 5th set. That's right, Max. Forehand return from Rublev, making Rune work. Rune, unforced error there, Holger Rune. 7-5 at the next changeover. I'm telling you now, Rune's palms must be very, very sweaty right now. He's only got the 1 mini break advantage. A kid in the crowd does this with a Denmark shirt on, by the way. The whole family are clearly big Denmark fans and probably Danes themselves. I'm watching the match with my regular glasses and typing without my reading glasses leads to typos. Okay, so it's not the anxiety, John. Okay, 7-5. 1 mini break advantage, but he's had 2 mini break advantages on a couple of occasions and he's ceded it. Trust me, the way he's playing, the forehand slices that are fairly uncharacteristic and unnecessary, and the fact that he's not always getting a lot of depth, and the fact that he's doing some unforced errors that were not occurring early on in the set, all suggest to me that Rune's nervous. And I do think Rublev is feeding off that anxiety. Rublev very much in this rally, it goes nowhere near big enough there, Rune. Nowhere near big enough, Rune. But they're very much in the rally here. But he's just look at the depth he's getting on some of these shots. And Rublev, is he going to win the point? I think he is. He is. He is. And now it's 7-6. Or I should say 6-7. They are on serve. Rune not getting anywhere near the depth necessary on those shots. Not anywhere near. And by the way, though, that clipped the line by just millimeters. Indeed, indeed, Ghosty. Indeed. We're talking about millimeters from greatness. Or otherwise. Rune can't believe it. I tell you what, I just see Rublev winning this now. I just see him winning it. 6-7. First serve in. And it's enough. It's 7-all. I'm telling you, Rublev is feeding off the anxiety the other side of the net. And he's getting all his first, he's getting so many first serves in. 3 hours and 33 minutes on the clock. 7 points all. Both are 3 points away from winning this match. You know what? I can easily see it being 10-7 to Rublev. Let's see. Holger Rune. Are you going to get a first serve in here, Rublev? If you do, you're probably winning the point. He does. It's an ace. I'm telling you, he's feeding off the anxiety. He now has the advantage. 8-7. 8-7. Holger Rune. Dearie me. In theory, this match should be almost 50-50 because they're on serve. It feels anything but. Holger Rune, desperate for a first serve. What's going to happen? Gets the first serve in, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough. They're in the rally. They're in the rally. A backhand slice there from Rune. He's still very nervy. He's probably going to have to rely on an error from his opponent, which is always dangerous. Forehand now, he's got a chance. Goes into the net. 2 match points. I'm telling you now, there is just nothing but he's a bag of nerves. He's a bag of nerves. That's why he hit that forehand into the net. He was serving for the match. He was leading 5-2. He was leading a double mini breakup on numerous occasions in this tiebreak. I think it was 7-4 or 7-3. In other words, it's 5 or 6 points in a row for Rublev. An unforced error now. It's not done, though. It's not done. He gets his first serve in. He's going to make Rublev at least serve it out. 9-8. But I'm telling you, Rublev is feeding off this. Rublev is feeding like a vulture off a wounded or even dead animal. Indeed it was, Ghosty. Indeed it was. Hit that like button, by the way. Match point number 2 now for Rublev. On his serve, differently to the previous one, which of course was on the Runa serve. Listen, he's been getting so many first serves in. He knows his first serve is vital, and let's see if it happens here. He gets it in. He's going for Rublev. I think he's going to win this point, but let's see what happens. Runa, nervy. They're in the rally. They're in the rally. Both players may be a little nervy now, as the finish line is in sight for both players in some ways. Rublev, I think he's going to win this point. He comes into the net. No, he's not. Oh, my goodness me! Oh! Backhand passing shot from Holger Rune. Oh, my God. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 9-all. Indeed, John. Listen, that was there for Rublev. I told you that now maybe both players are nervy. And I do think the forehand was a bit nervy from Rublev there at the net. And as a result, I think maybe the anxiety goes from Rune, because Rune has one option, ladies and gentlemen, and that is to pass his opponent. And that is exactly what he did. It was an incredible backhand down the line and an incredible moment in this match. It's now 9 points all in the tiebreak. 18 shots that last rally was. As I said to you, I think it was a bit tentative from both sides of the net. And I had to stand up at that moment. 9 points all. Rublev. First serve in again. This time, though, he's decisive, I think. He's got a smash, has he? Is that going to go long? It is. It's another match point for Andrey Rublev, number 3 on the Holger Rune serve. Hit that like button, people. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. Match point number 3 for for Andrey Rublev. Holger Rune has had 2 match points in this match. He's had so many chances to win it. It's now Rublev, though, that is on match point, albeit on the Holger Rune serve. Hit the like button, people. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Send in a super chat, by the way, because you've not got long, because we'll be finishing very shortly, one way or another. Which way is it going to go? Holger Rune doesn't get his first serve in. Last time he saved a match point on his serve, he got his first serve in. He doesn't on this occasion. What's going to happen this time? Backhand return. Clips. Oh, no. That is not a way to finish the match. He's super apologetic. Andrey Rublev wins on a net cord, ladies and gentlemen. But listen, it happens in tennis. It's tough. It's tough. Andrey Rublev wins in 5 sets. 6-3, 3-6, 6-3, 4-6, 7-6. But that barely tells you the story. Andrey Rublev wins in 5 sets. I'm going to try and tell the story of this match. Holger Rune almost in tears there. I'm going to try and tell the story of this match. It's going to be pretty tricky to do so. It was a great match, John, yeah. I'm going to try and tell the story of the match. And the story of the match is thus. Runa makes a decent start, has 3 break points on the Andrey Rublev serve at 2 games all, doesn't take his chance. And perhaps that's the story of the match, doesn't take his chances, but he's going to get plenty more as I run through this match. Rublev wins 5 points in a row, saves his serve, then goes on to break Runa's serve, then goes on to win the first set 6-3. Rune fights back, 6-3 second set with 1 break of serve. So we've now had 4 breaks of serve in the match, because actually there was a moment when Rune got back into that first set, but ultimately it wasn't enough. 1 set all. Now it's disappeared, of course, from my screen because it's now a result rather than a later score. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get it up on my screen. Here we go. Yeah, so then the third set, Rublev again sees the advantage. Runa fights back again in the fourth set, despite having some medical ailments. I know that he was struggling a bit at this stage of the match. He had a bit of treatment on the side of the court, feeling a bit tired, feeling a bit nauseous. But he still went on to win that fourth set. Runa then gets an early break in the fifth set. He's serving for the match at 5-3 as Rublev walks off the court. Runa is serving for the match at 5-3, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll tell you what happens next. Andrey Rublev wins 8 points in a row and levels it up at 8-5 games all. He then holds serve reasonably comfortably. No, he doesn't. No, just trying to think. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he then gets back to 5-all. Sorry, 5-all in the fifth set. I'm struggling to keep my composure here, as I think both players were as well. He then gets it back to 5-all. Runa then finally does manage to hold serve reasonably comfortably, making it 6-5. Rublev now under pressure again, 15-40 on his own serve, meaning at 5-6, 15-40, meaning his opponent has 2 match points. But Rublev, in these really, really important moments, gets his first serve in, as he does on so many occasions, important moments. Then it goes to a tiebreak as a result of him holding serve at 5-6, so it's 6 games all. Then goes to the tiebreak. Holger Rune is leading, I believe, 4-love, 5-1 at the changeover. This is with a double mini break, and 7-3 or 7-4, I'm not sure. But then Rublev fights back. A load of first serves in. A load of anxious shots from Holger Rune, by the way, which is maybe the story of the latter end of the match. Rune was kind of relying on Rublev to err, if you like, and he did oblige a few times in that tiebreaker in particular, giving Rune a huge advantage again in that tiebreaker. But Rublev fought back. Well done. Hats off to him for doing so. From 7-3 down, back to 7-all. 8-7, 9-7 he then led. Rune then holds serve at 8-9. But then it gets to 9-8. Rublev, match point number 3, I think this was for him, or match point number 2, match point number 3. Anyway, what happens then? Then there's a tentative forehand drive volley from Rublev. Rune sensationally passes his opponent at the net. 9-all. Then Rublev holds with an excellent first serve. As I said, that was a narrative, particularly at this juncture. 10-9. Finally, Holger Rune is serving 9-10, if you like. It's on his serve, so to speak. But of course, there's a bit of pressure here. Gets his serve in. Rublev returns, clips the net, and wins on a net cord 11-9. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the story. 5-1 indeed, Ghosty. That is the story of this match in a nutshell, if you possibly can. Oh boy. I'm going to try and create a video for us. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat. I'm just going to play a video as well, and then ultimately see us out. I'll play this little video. I'll be back in a minute though, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 to 9 in the morning here in Germany. Let me know where you are tuning in from. But we have just seen a pulsating match, or arguably it was pulsating as it reached its conclusion, with Holger Rune winning in 5 sets. Just wow, wow, wow. I don't know where to start, really. I kind of gave my analysis of the match, or at least the rundown of how the match went. I'll probably give a deeper analysis later on today in the 20 minutes. Of course, now Andrey Rublev is through, where he will play the winner of Alex de Minaur and Novak Djokovic, who will be taking the court very, very shortly. I will have to be departing you very soon. It's great to have 10 of you in, by the way. Let me know your thoughts on that match in the live chat. I'll stick around for another minute or two as we just watch the final parts of this match. There was a match point. Yeah, exactly. Rune had his chances. Rune had his chances. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Yeah, what are your thoughts on the match? I think it's really opening up now for Novak Djokovic and a 10th Australian Open crown. I just don't see how Rublev can do any damage to him. Of course, Djokovic has got some tennis to do before that. He'll have to obviously win his 4th round match today against Alex de Minaur before taking on Andrey Rublev potentially if he wins that in the quarterfinal. But yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, Janie, by the way, you'll be very happy with that result. I know you were supporting Rublev with all your heart. By the way, if you are still with us, not only hit the like button and subscribe, but feel free to give us a super chat. Damien plowed on through for 4 sets on barely a wink of sleep, which has been basically the narrative for him over the last 10 days. So give us a super chat to give us support for the channel so we can continue bringing you content like this. Yeah. As I say, hit that super chat button and make a donation. Anything, whether it be $1 or more, is all appreciated. Listen, yeah, Holger Rune winning. Holger Rune, they're losing in 5 sets. Is that fair to say that he lost it rather than Rublev winning it? Let me know your thoughts as well on other matches that took place today. Sabalenka easing her way into the quarterfinals in straight sets. My prediction to win the tournament. Will that hold? Long way to go yet for her. Yes, Donna Vekic as well is through. I think Donna Vekic is going to play Sabalenka as a result. And so the quarterfinals, at least on the women's side, are set. What about that match point as well, by the way? Very, very lucky. Jane, you've got to admit that was a lucky match point, right, for Rublev. But to be honest with you, the rest of the conclusion, he was the person who held his nerve. Rublev, it's unusual. We wouldn't normally say this. It was Rublev who held his nerve and not Holger Rune, if you don't mind me saying. An excellent passing shot there from Rune when he was facing match point. Rublev, by the way, doing that with his T-shirt. We do see him do that quite often. But, yeah, wow. I'm going to catch my breath. Let me see if I can just upload this video, which hopefully will give a nice review of the day's play so far. Shelton, by the way, is into a 5th set. Let me just give you a rundown, by the way, on the scores so far. Tommy Paul won his 1st set reasonably comfortably against Roberto Bautista, a good 6-2 there on serve in the 2nd set there. And Shelton, of course, is into a 5th set against JJ Wolf. Let's see how that match is going right now. They've concluded. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Shelton beat Wolf in 5 sets. Let's therefore do a video on that. So Shelton is through. Wow, that must have raced through that final thing. So Shelton also through in 5 sets. So good news for him. I'm going to make this as well, add this to our ream. So we have a nice video for you. Yeah, what are your thoughts? Are you a fan of Ben Shelton? Are you happy that he's through after beating JJ Wolf? Maybe you are disappointed because you are a fan of JJ Wolf. Let me know what you think about that. I'm just creating this video so we can conclude today's show. Let me know your thoughts on other action. Who's winning this tournament? Who's not winning the tournament and why? Let me know your comments in the live chat. Yeah, maybe you're right, but I also think Runa gave him a helping hand today as well. So let me know your thoughts on that. Yeah, let me know your thoughts. also through in 5 sets. So that's 2 5 sets wins today. Oh my God, what a run this kid is having. Also a great show by JJ Wolf. Indeed, it was. So also through in 5 sets is Ben Shelton. He will play in the quarterfinals, either against Tommy Paul or Roberto Bautista Agut. Shelton also through in 5 sets, beating JJ Wolf. I feel as though I just have to say JJ Wolf. I can't not say Wolf. It doesn't seem to feel right. So I'm just uploading a video for you, ladies and gentlemen. Shelton also threw in 5 sets, beating JJ Wolf. Okay. Almost time to go to work, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get this video done for you. And then we'll all be very, very happy. I'm sure, Janie, by the way, you're very, very happy today with that result. I can just see earlier on today, of course, Garcia is out. Donna Vekic is through. By the way, Garcia is out, but Lynette is through because she beat Garcia in straight sets today. Vekic, perhaps less surprisingly, winning in her clash with Fluhrdova. Thank you, Jane. Thank you very much as well. So, yeah. Wow. I don't know. I'm still trying to catch my breath from that previous match. I don't know how you're feeling about the tennis so far today. Yeah. Lynette beating Garcia 7-6, 6-4. But by the way, that also barely tells a story. Garcia was a double break and 3-love up in the first set. Garcia was a double break up and 3-love in the first set. But Lynette fought back and knocks out the number 4 seed. For me, it's really opening up for Sabalenka to at least make her first Grand Slam final. Let me know what you think in the live chat. But just a reminder there of Rublev beating Holger Rune in 5 sets. How epic was that? Let's take you around the grounds, though, as I give you a little bit of a rundown on the tennis that is going on as we speak. Here are some of the results anyway up on the screen for you. Rublev beats Runa in 5 unbelievable sets, especially the 5th one. Vekic wins in 3 sets against Fruhvirtova. Pliskova wins in straight sets against Zhang. Shelton, who was very much down in that, was serving constantly to stay in the match in the 4th set because he was serving second. But having won that 4th set tiebreaker, goes on to win it in 5 sets. So Ben Shelton, at his 2nd Grand Slam in his career, is now into a quarterfinal where he will play the winner of Bautista Agut and Tommy Paul. And of course, right now it's looking like Tommy Paul because he is 1 set to the good, but a long way to go in this match. They are on serve in the 2nd set. So there's a long way to go there. No way is that done yet. And we're not going to be predicting a Tommy Paul quarterfinal just yet. Although I did have Tommy Paul to win that match. But who knows where that will go. Of course, Bautista Agut winning the previous round in 4 sets against Andy Murray. So that is the penultimate match of the day that still has to reach its conclusion. That's taking place on Margaret Court Arena. Novak Djokovic is about to take the court in his match against Alex de Minaur. Let me know how you see that one panning out. Ben Shelton there, a lot of love for him. Very excited there. I can see Max. And if you are excited or otherwise, even if you're fairly nonplussed by all of this, please hit the like button. It does make a difference. By the way, I see Novak Djokovic now winning probably in straight sets today. He's never played Alex de Minaur before, by the way. So maybe that might make things a bit more interesting. I've got Andrey Rublev on my screen right now. Let's hear what he's got to say about his win. He was a bit annoyed at himself, losing his serve with a couple of easy balls in the 4th set. But when he was struggling, he just wanted to hit it full pelt, just give as much aggression as he possibly could. Got to pass out now, Janie. No problem at all. It's 3 o'clock in the morning where you are, so I'm not surprised. Not surprised at that at all. Thank you for stopping by the way. Thank you to everyone for stopping by today. It's been a great stream. I've really enjoyed it. Hopefully Damien now is enjoying his little moment to rest up and sleep. We'll be obviously with you again very, very soon. I'm just going to upload this video so that way we've got some entertainment for you guys for the next few minutes while we all chill out. But yeah, Rublev is making everyone laugh. Listen, he's such a nice guy. I'm really pleased for him to go through. But Holger Rune had chances, none more so than when he was serving for the match. And, well, I say none more so, maybe even more so when he was up a double mini break so often in that tiebreaker. But he wasn't able to take advantage. Andrey Rublev made him pay the price with some really important clutch serving, making him play extra balls. But Runa was just tentative, hitting the ball not deep enough, etc., etc., etc. I'm kind of repeating myself. Hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new. And I'll be seeing you all again very, very, very soon. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.